Your first year in network marketing. Overcome your fears, experience success, and achieve your dreams. By Mark Yarnell and Rene Yarnell. Narrated by Kevin Foley. Copyright 1998 by Mark Yarnell and Rene Yarnell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Three Rivers Press, an imprint of the Crown Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2011 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. We are at that very point in time when a 400-year-old age is dying, and another is struggling to be born. A shifting of culture, science, society, and institutions enormously greater than the world has ever experienced. Ahead is the possibility of the regeneration of individuality, liberty, community, and ethics such as the world has never known, and a harmony with nature, with one another, and with the divine intelligence such as the world has never dreamed. D. Hawk, founder of Visa. Forward. As a business reporter and self-help writer, I have been researching and writing about the network marketing industry for 8 years. During this time, I've had the privilege of interviewing some of the top leaders in the industry and listening as they revealed their hardest-won and most closely held success secrets. Yet I've never found a richer load of hard-edged, practical information on network marketing than I did between the pages of Your First Year in Network Marketing by Mark and Rene Yarnell. I learned more from reading this book than I have during all the years that I've spent exhaustively researching the MLM industry. Of course, I am hardly surprised by the book's high quality. From the first time I ever spoke with Mark Yarnell, I knew that he was a master communicator. Many of the heaviest hitters in network marketing become surprisingly inarticulate when you try to get them to explain the nuts and bolts behind their success. But Mark has always possessed the unique ability to summarize and encapsulate his business wisdom in easy-to-swallow nuggets, delivered with humor and drama, and honed with a keen and subtle intelligence. The stories and insights that Mark imparted to me, through many fascinating interviews, played a big part in making my book, Wave 3, the success that it eventually became. It is clear from reading Your First Year in Network Marketing that Rene Yarnell is cut from the same cloth as her remarkable and talented husband. Together, they make an unbeatable team. These two have been through the wars together. In Your First Year in Network Marketing, they write with brutal candor of the bad times as well as the good, imparting to readers an unusually balanced picture of what it really means to work in MLM business and what it really takes to succeed. You won't find any loose talk in this book about getting rich quick. The Yarnells made their millions the hard way. Their formula for success is severe and merciless. It demands strenuous work and superhuman persistence. But for those who stick it out, it offers the realistic hope of genuine financial freedom. This is a book that every first-time networker needs to read. It shows you exactly where the pitfalls lie and how to avoid them. And it does so in language that anyone can understand, reinforcing each point with inspiring real-life anecdotes. For those networkers who take their business seriously, Your First Year in Network Marketing is, quite simply, indispensable. Richard Poe, author of Wave 3 and The Wave 3 Way to Building Your Downline. Introduction. According to Webster's Dictionary, to survive means to remain alive or in existence, particularly to live on after the death of others. The fascinating thing about network marketing is that, in many instances, survival, i.e. staying in existence after others leave the business, is precisely what leads to dramatic wealth. Attrition is a considerable factor in our business. Yet we have rarely met anyone who has worked steadily in network marketing who doesn't eventually achieve success. And those rare individuals who do not succeed are usually their own worst enemies, constantly reinventing the wheel and complicating the simplest path to prosperity in the history of capitalism. Of course, priorities vary as widely as do people. While some choose network marketing as a means to an end, wealth, others simply enjoy it for its own merits. These folks join multi-level marketing to build their confidence, widen their circle of friends, and feel more productive. And in spite of the fact that they'll never earn huge incomes, you couldn't pry them away from this business with a crowbar. That kind of money was never really their goal, and you'll read many of their stories in this book. In fact, were we to double the number of stories of success, we still couldn't possibly elaborate on all the remarkable benefits to be derived by those who have chosen to participate in this wondrous industry. In network marketing, you persevere or you perish. Quitting is the one sure way to fail. Surviving the first year establishes a new distributor with a good basis for success. Our analysis shows that an estimated 95% of those who survive 10 years in network marketing become wealthy beyond their wildest expectations. These survivors have achieved either staggering financial rewards and/or total time freedom, that is, having all the free time to do the things that really matter to you with the people you love most. At this particular time in history, when traditional business offers so little security, network distribution is literally the last bastion of free enterprise. It's a system in which common people can invest a small sum and, through sheer tenacity and determination, rise to staggering levels of financial reward and personal freedom. It's a field devoid of the pitfalls of traditional business. Payroll, employee benefit costs, advertising, overhead, bookkeeping, and accounts receivable. Network marketing has an entirely different set of entrapments of its own. But once understood, these problems are easily overcome. We believe success is critically dependent on awareness from the very beginning of what these hazards are and how to overcome them. Hence this book. The network marketing industry traces its roots to the 1940s, when Nutrilite Products Incorporated launched the sale of food supplement products, and 10 years later, Amway introduced the sale of household products. Over the past 50 years, the industry has matured into a legitimate and efficient channel of distribution, ideally suited for the next wave about to break in the world of business. All we can say is thanks to Rich DeVos and Jay Van Andel for having the vision to pioneer this industry. Network marketing annual sales are nearing $20 billion in the United States alone, being moved by an estimated 8 million people. Worldwide, more than $100 billion of a broad spectrum of products and services are being sold by an estimated 30 million independent network marketers. And keep in mind that we are still a very young industry with an expansive, promising future. Several studies have predicted that a third of all goods and services will be moved via network marketing in Western nations shortly after the turn of the century, and this could be as high as 50% in developing nations by the year 2110. Historically, the industry has been product-driven, selling from the traditional categories of personal care, vitamin/nutritional supplementation, home and family care, leisure, and educational products. Starting in the 1980s, services became a growing component, particularly in the deregulated telecommunications industry. Other services have included credit cards, financial services, insurance, prepaid legal services, travel, self-development, and motivational programming. With the forthcoming deregulation of the public utilities industries between 1998 and 2002, network marketing companies are positioning themselves to enter this market as well. The evolving maturity of our industry is clearly demonstrated by the 20 network marketing companies now traded publicly on NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, and many others are preparing to go public. In order to file an initial public offering, IPO, companies must establish standardized accounting procedures and be open to Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, scrutiny and control. Therefore, those companies that do go public must establish and maintain high standards of business practices, which elevates the character of the entire network marketing community. Investors' response to the publicly traded network marketing companies has been outstanding. Upline Magazine, an industry trade publication, maintains an Upline Index that tracks the financial performance of these public network marketing companies. In 1996, this index showed an increase in stock market value for the industry of more than 63%, as compared to the Dow Jones Industrial Average increase of only 33% and the Standard & Poor's 500 index increase of 34%. This nearly twofold gain of the network marketing industry over traditional corporations has created considerable excitement among savvy investors. The average person needs as little as $200 or $300 to get started in network marketing. Included in this figure is the purchase of some widely accepted products or services to be personally used and shared with others. Our industry is based on simple word-of-mouth recommendation of products and services. Distribution moves directly from the producer to the consumer, which cuts out all the intermediate agents and dealers who have nothing to do with production or consumption. As goods are distributed, the network marketer then receives compensation equal to the advertising budget of most large corporations. We've all known for years that word of mouth is the best form of advertising. Therefore, should it not also be the most lucrative? We have recorded a couple of dozen audio tapes during our collective 20 years in network marketing, and the one that is still the most requested is entitled, "If MLM is so great, why am I so depressed?" We think the reason people enjoy that tape is because we dared to tell the truth about the pitfalls in this industry. We admitted that, in spite of our success, we both considered quitting many times during those first years. Unfortunately, many people heard that audio tape far too late in their network marketing careers, and while they enjoyed a good chuckle because they could identify with our admitted first-year problems, most had already lost their upstart enthusiasm so necessary for success. And once people lose the drive and enthusiasm to carry them through the tough months, once that excitement is gone, in many cases, so too is the chance to achieve dramatic wealth. There is an often-quoted adage in this business. It's much easier to give birth to a new distributor than it is to resurrect a dead one. And yet, as the stories poured into our Swiss chalet from across the Atlantic, we realized that this book may indeed resurrect thousands of discouraged network marketers once they read some of the truthful anecdotes shared by so many legends of this industry. As a prelude to these stories that we hope will impact your life, it seems appropriate to introduce you to one of the legends, Doug Weed, who is with the oldest and largest MLM company. Before we tell his story, we would like to tell you a little about the man. The night the Gulf War began, you may have seen Doug Weed interviewed on television by Dan Rather. Doug was then serving as special assistant to President Bush. He has been quoted in Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, The Washington Post, The Wall Street Journal, and hundreds of other major publications, and his 26 books have sold over 3 million copies in 15 languages. Except for his 6-year political sabbatical, Doug Weed has dedicated his last 20 years to building his organization, as well as researching and writing about network marketing. Doug has filled auditoriums and soccer stadiums in Poland, Hungary, France, Turkey, the United Kingdom, Australia, Indonesia, and the United States with eager network marketers in just the last year. So what does a legend like Doug Weed do with his money, credibility, time freedom, and power? In 1979, working side by side with Pat Boone and Archbishop Bernard Cardinal Law of Boston, Doug founded what is today one of the world's premier relief organizations, Mercy Corps International. Last year, it distributed $73 million worth of medicine and famine relief to the troubled areas of our world. Let's now visit Doug's first year in network marketing through his own eyes, as he writes powerfully and humorously about his life experiences. Most of us involved in network marketing are gluttons for punishment, subconscious sadomasochists. Basically, we hate ourselves. That's why we get into networking in the first place. We see it as almost guaranteed suffering. I need this. This will really make me feel bad, which I so richly deserve. Wouldn't you know that I would end up successful, making money, traveling the world, meeting presidents, feeding the hungry? See? For me, nothing happens the way it's supposed to. I can't even fail right. In that sense, my early anticipated struggles in network marketing were a disappointment. I had no problem with rejection. I enjoyed every one of them. I was much quicker to respect and identify with the people who turned me down than those rare prospects whom I was actually able to recruit. Each rejection was only positive reaffirmation of my own negative self-image. Likewise, going without food or sleep or money was only what I deserved for making such an arrogant assumption that I could survive in network marketing dreamland. No, for me, the very real problem was not physical at all. It wasn't money, it wasn't people, it wasn't product, and it wasn't time. For me, the challenge was entirely between my own ears. It still is, incidentally. For me, the early struggle was only philosophical. Of course I can do it. Anybody can do it. The question, the very real, nagging, haunting question was, should I do it? Is it right? Is this what I am supposed to be doing with my life? Nothing is more wearisome and draining than self-doubt. Nothing is more effective at stripping off the fine edge from everything you say or do. Nothing can empty your emotional gas tank quicker. In that sense, for the first time in my life, I had met my match. Network marketing, which we see as such a sensitive machine, easily influenced my attitudes, was not a bit impressed with my emotional and psychological drama. It only seemed to crunch numbers like a mindless calculator. The secret for me, I was to learn, was simply to survive and then plod on. Above all, I couldn't quit. Over time, as I slowly fed this monster, it grew and grew exponentially. Believe. You have to believe, they kept telling me. I didn't even have to do that. 2 times 2 equals 4. You don't have to believe it. It is 4 anyway. And my business grew, in spite of myself. Tough? Emotionally, maybe. Spiritually, maybe. But those battles manifest themselves in failure as well as success. Poverty is no refuge for the war-shocked, weary soul. And so I conquered. And with the money, I co-founded Mercy Corps International. Last year, we gave away $73 million in food and medicine around the world. I found my why. We hope this book will help you find your why, too. It is our hope that this book will be given to new network marketers immediately after they sign up in order to warn them of the pitfalls before they lose their initial excitement. Because once it's gone, the chances of ever getting that driving enthusiasm back are virtually nil. The first year in this business is not just challenging. It is more akin to going into combat. It's about survival in the midst of widespread failure. You may not even sense the impending danger, and then all of a sudden you've been ambushed and have lost an entire leg of your downline. One of our primary objectives in writing this book is to take the stealth out of your battles so that you can see your adversaries well in advance, instead of having them creep up and catch you unaware. But equally important is that once you see the clash coming, you are equipped with the necessary skills and tools to win each confrontation and thus survive your first year in MLM. Believe us, in year 1, survival is the name of the game. We know this both from personal experience and from statistics compiled by several companies that suggest well over 60% of all new network marketers quit in their first year, during the most important phase in the learning curve. Given the possibility of earning more each month working from home than a pediatric cardiologist with a staff of 10 earns in a year at his clinic, and it is possible, wouldn't any sane person be willing to invest a year or 2 studying MLM? And compared to the 12-year learning curve of doctors, isn't a year more palatable? While our industry's attrition rate is perhaps no higher than other professions involving overrides and straight commissions, it is nevertheless critical that we do our best to help new associates anticipate the inevitable conflicts that will arise, and equip them with the weapons they'll need to win those battles. It has been suggested that every great MLMer was a lousy MLMer first, and we concur. Unfortunately, it's a fact of life that when any of us first begin a new endeavor, we are, at least initially, vulnerable novices. Although the educational process in network marketing is relatively brief, it can be devastating to many new associates. The main reason is quite simple to understand. We all hate rejection, and none is worse than when we are mocked by friends, family, and acquaintances. It doesn't take very long for people to become discouraged when every day for the first 4 or 5 months they are subjected to eye-rolling ridicule from everyone they know, love, and respect. However, if you know exactly what to expect, and you aren't forced to appear foolish by cajoling, deceiving, or pestering those close to you, network marketing, even in the early stages, is quite fun and relatively painless. Preparation and anticipation are both critical. In this book, we will prepare you for most of the inevitable first-year challenges. We will teach you how to survive those conflicts by providing you with tactics that work. No theories, just facts. Most importantly, by preparing you in advance and sharing practical ways to survive each of these first-year challenges, we want to assist you in persevering. And if you do manage to survive the first year without quitting and without losing your sense of humor, the odds are great that you will continue long enough to become quite wealthy and successful. We've had a tremendous resource pool from which to draw our lessons and examples. For the past several years, we've been fortunate to teach America's only college-level certification course in network marketing with Harvard Ph.D. Charles King at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Many of the top networkers from every company, both in America and abroad, as well as many network marketing CEOs, have attended our classes, and we've spent quality personal time with many of them. As course instructors, we learned a great deal from our students. The experiences we share in this book have all happened, if not specifically to us, then to other leaders who have shared them with us. You'll recognize many of their names. So we feel confident that we've left very few stones unturned in our efforts to teach you the best survival strategies available to first-year distributors. Some of our industry's most successful international leaders survived their first year by utilizing the simple maneuvers laid out for you in this book. Survive your first year, and you've got a tremendous opportunity to join those legends. From Mark's father telling him that he is ruining the family name by doing MLM, to a hungry reporter asking the Attorney General of Nevada to investigate our company in hopes of uncovering a scandal or conflict of interest while Rene was serving as chairman of the county commission, the two of us have survived some fairly devastating ambushes. We know what it's like to lose 6 of our 7 best leaders to a new upstart scam, that is, a company that misrepresents its earnings and or product efficacy. And we've endured the humiliation of a close friend stealing an entire downline leg. Both of us fell into the management trap at different points in our respective first years, and wound up babysitting people who never would have succeeded no matter what we had done, because they weren't willing to do what we did. Both of us suffered the misplaced personal guilt of signing up a close friend who just couldn't make it in this business. We'll teach you how to survive all of those booby traps. In fact, we'll show you how to avoid them altogether on your path toward achieving all the money you aspire to earn and the time to enjoy it. In our first book, Power Multi-Level Marketing, we presented the theory behind MLM achievement. We tried to provide a paint-by-numbers system for both part-time and full-time success. But in this book, we are vitally concerned with practical applications, that is, with giving specific examples of what can and does happen to cause potentially successful distributors to prematurely end their careers. Many psychiatrists subscribe to the theory that 90% of the solution to any problem consists in the awareness of that problem's existence. We agree. Our fervent hopes and prayers are that by bringing to your attention all the problems that successful network marketers face in their first years, we will enable you to survive yours. We are sharing with you the practical, proven survival tactics used by many of the legends of this industry, so that you also can prosper abundantly. We're honored to have Dr. Charles King add a dimension to our book never before available, a quantitative analysis of network marketing from an academic perspective. Much of our most important data has been exhaustively researched and compiled by him. We've learned a great deal about the inner workings and technical marketing strategies of our profession from Dr. King. Many of his overviews are sprinkled throughout this book. His keen insights have been invaluable to us over the years, and his dynamic wife Sandra has directed all of our college certification courses. Nearly 1,000 students have graduated from our course to become network marketing professionals. So many thanks to Charles and Sandra King. Network marketing is indeed the greatest opportunity in the history of capitalism, and we consider ourselves very privileged to be able to participate in the industry. So naturally, when Prima Publishing contacted us about doing a book, not long after its marvelous success publishing Richard Poe's legendary Wave 3 books, we jumped at the opportunity with tremendous enthusiasm. As industry advocates, we believe that when any network marketing company fails, we all suffer. The future survival of our industry depends now on cooperation, not antagonism. Industry-wide success depends on elevating MLM companies and products rather than destroying the reputations, hopes, and dreams of our MLM competitors. Only then will network marketing become the most lucrative profession in all of free enterprise. Some network marketers mistakenly believe that the systematic ruin of their competitors is their best strategy for success. Little do they know that's exactly why they haven't begun to reach their potential. Unlike pioneers of the Old West who circled their wagons to fight off attacks, whenever one or more companies in our industry is threatened, we circle our wagons and fire inward. The old tactic of divide and conquer has been quite effective in the traditional business world. The traditional corporate pyramids have skillfully utilized the media and government regulators to similarly attack and stifle our growing industry, and all along they have hoped and prayed that we'd just go away. But we think it's time for them to stop fighting us. We respect all companies, not just those in our own industry, and we think they should do the same. Spanning our collective 20 years in the field of professional network marketing, we have been blessed to speak to hundreds of thousands of marvelous people in every part of the world. And while we've heard our industry denigrated in a variety of ways, not once have we heard it referred to as the rat race. This graphic description has been used on every continent and translated into every language to depict a traditional business. Rat race literally means a sprint between the world's most deplorable rodents, those who actually wiped out half the population of England during the Black Plague. And what is it they are so steadfastly pursuing? Refuse and rotten grain, in a hopeful pursuit to eat enough to see one more day. If for no other reason than to help people avoid that, we feel that this is a book whose time has come, because the human condition should be a joyous flight among eagles, not a frenzied dash among rodents. Betty Carter, formerly Senior Vice President for the Pacific Stock Exchange, recently shared a graphic comparison between the rat race of traditional business and the freedom of network marketing. In her own words, "When traditional business grows, an entire population can be reduced to rats. I moved to Seattle several years ago because of the quality of life. Today, as two corporations expand, the entire city has been forced into a mindless trek for several hours each day. The average speed on major highways has been reduced to 21 miles per hour. Crime and other societal problems are rising dramatically. No one can yet predict the negative ecological impact of the several thousand-person influx each month, but environmentalists are clearly worried. The point is this. When MLM corporations experience explosive growth, thousands of people go home and soar like eagles. When traditional corporations explode, people from all over the world assume the posture of rats and take to the streets. Thank God network marketing has given me the freedom to run errands during the times when others are confined to their little cubicles, but it will just be a matter of time before I have to look elsewhere for tranquility. We feel we have an awesome responsibility to educate as many people as possible to the fact that they need no longer participate in the god-awful stress of traditional linear business. We wholeheartedly agree with Art Williams, the author of All You Can Do, when he suggests that we should all become crusaders in an effort to save the masses, at least those who will listen, from their headlong pursuit into 80-hour weeks, mediocre incomes, and stress-induced coronaries. Because the American dream has become a nightmare for so many, and because network distribution is such a viable alternative to more traditional business professions, it is incumbent upon those of us who have reaped so much from this industry to begin to sow seeds for others. The book you are now holding in your hands is the Ultimate Survivor's Manual. Thanks to the hundreds of unselfish leaders from diverse and numerous companies who rose to the occasion by contributing their stories, you will learn how to dramatically alter your life. Knowing full well that they would be educating their competitors, they all dared to tell the unadulterated truth about how to succeed in our industry. That kind of unselfishness alone makes us proud to call ourselves network marketers. If only this book had been written a decade ago, we might not have had to witness the unnecessarily hasty retreat of so many dynamic people from our industry who were simply unprepared for the first year's battles. Because of this book, you won't have to endure the same unnecessary losses we did. And there is one promise we will make to you without reservation. There will be times when your eyes will well up with tears, or you'll laugh so hard at some of these legends' anecdotes about their early challenges that, like us, you will have to put the book down until you can wipe the mist from your eyes. These stories are commensurate with ushering in a new industry. We believe the next decade will bring a noticeable decline in these types of challenges, as new technology and distribution channels make way for network marketing in our world. We received countless illustrations and anecdotes, all of which were heartwarming and inspiring. We regret that, due to editorial restrictions, we were unable to include each and every narrative. We want to offer a special thanks to those legends of network marketing who, by sharing their stories, did something unprecedented in business. They dared to admit, after becoming legends, their innermost vulnerabilities and bouts with anxiety and depression, so that millions of others, including their own competitors, might be inspired to exit the 40-year plan and share in the American dream. Enjoy, and whatever else you do in the first year, just don't quit, because surviving is synonymous with thriving in our industry. Mark Yarnell and Rene Yarnell, Gstaad, Switzerland. Chapter 1. Ignoring the Rejection Rocket. Make rejection your ally instead of your enemy. Network marketing is one of the most fun and rewarding businesses in the world, but eventually all network marketers are faced with certain widespread and universal challenges. No matter how long we participate in multi-level marketing, MLM, and no matter how successful we become, there is always the possibility that we will be shot down temporarily by the most prevalent and dangerous weapon of all, the rejection rocket. It can and will strike any time, rendering us virtually immobile, thus destroying our enthusiasm and excitement, which are the essential qualities for success. Rejection by your spouse. Everyone faces rejection in life. But what makes our form of rejection so very devastating is that it often comes from the very people we most love and respect. Our spouse, our parents, our best friends, and business associates. We are convinced that rejection causes more people to fail in MLM than any other factor, and often they fail literally before they ever begin, because their approach is from the head, not the heart. Here's the classic scenario. Bob is at a transitional place in his life and open to a career change. He is receptive to listening to a new business concept. He goes to a network marketing meeting, and for the first time, everything makes sense. He may have considered working in this industry 4 or 5 times before, but he was never in a change mode during previous presentations. Now, because he's about to be laid off, he has a transitional mindset. So not only does Bob begin to see the wisdom in networking, but he actually finds himself enthusiastic about the earnings potential. Throughout the second half of the 1-hour presentation, He begins to make a mental list of the friends and associates whom he knows would be excellent at recruiting. Now, let's look at two possible outcomes. Regardless of whether Bob actually signs up or not, he's about to be attacked by the first adversary in this business. And unless the person conducting the presentation prepares Bob and the others for what is going to occur by presenting certain facts at the end of the first recruiting interview, Bob is going to quit before he ever begins. Later, we'll return to the particular details of this story, but first let's see what happens to Bob once he leaves the presentation. In fact, we'll examine several scenarios. Because the timing is right in his life, Bob is excited. And because Bob knows several people who will be naturals at recruiting, he can hardly wait to break the news to them that he has found the ultimate opportunity. If the person who introduced Bob to MLM is one of those folks who signs people up at the first interview, Bob may actually fill out a distributor agreement, promising to come back on Saturday for training. More than likely, he won't be asked to sign up at the first meeting, but will instead promise to think about the business and call the presenter back with his answer. However, unless the recruiter carefully prepares Bob for rejection, Bob is now set up for failure. He's excited, though he may not have admitted that to anyone yet. But Bob is about to be blindsided by the rejection rocket, an inevitability seldom explained properly by most recruiters. Because he hasn't been trained, here's what happens. First, Bob corners his wife. He's really excited, and the conversation goes something like this. "Honey, our worries may be over. I think Phil has given us a gift from God. You remember how I explained the cutbacks at my company, and how I told you I could actually be one of the future fatalities?" "Yeah, Bob, but you don't really think after all these years that you could get laid off? I mean, you weren't serious, were you?" His wife finds this inconceivable. "Honey, listen, it doesn't matter. I was just over at Phil's, and he and Nancy have gotten into a new business that looks really great. I can't believe how much money there is to be earned and freedom to be gained. Honey, Phil is about to get his first big check. And I brought home some samples of the products. Nancy is blown away by this cream and shampoo. Here, I brought some home for you to try. She wants you to call her." The rejection rocket is aimed directly at Bob's head and is about to be launched. Bob's wife takes the 2 packets of moisturizer and shampoo from him, looks at them, then at him incredulously. "Wait a minute, Bob. You're serious, aren't you? Let me get this straight. You've been with your company for 7 years. We have a company car, health insurance, and we just bought our dream home. Your boss loves you like his own son and is about to recommend you to the Golden Acres Country Club. They lay off a few lousy executives, and now you're seriously thinking about giving up a legitimate career, and all those years I suffered to put you through your MBA program to do some pyramid scheme. Please, Bob, tell me this is a bad dream. Tell me I'm not hearing you say this." Bob grins and reaches out to touch his wife's arm, and she jerks it away, snarling like a cornered wharf rat. He hasn't seen that look on her face since he accidentally backed over the puppy last summer. "No, honey, you aren't listening. We've got a chance here to get in early. We can be earning over $20,000 a month in a year. Do you realize how many hours I've been working? The baby cries when I pick her up because I'm virtually a stranger. They've laid off 35 men and women this quarter, and I could be next. Honey, look, I'm telling you, Phil and Nancy are our friends. They aren't—" "Oh, come on, Bob," interrupts his wife. "You yourself have said that Phil is irresponsible. He failed at that tire company. He failed at life insurance. Then he tried that stupid greeting card deal, and we both laughed at how dumb that was. Bob, you're not thinking straight." She softens and launches a new tactic. "Bob, honey, we're set. You said so yourself. And besides, what am I going to tell my parents? That you left your company to sell shampoo door to door?" Bob has just heard the same spousal arguments that countless other men and women have heard over the years. It could easily have been Bob leveling the same objections at his wife, who just returned from her first serious network marketing presentation. Often it's the wife who is bombarded by personal affronts from her husband. Had Bob simply said nothing until he could get his wife to Phil and Nancy's for a legitimate presentation, the rejection rocket would have never been launched. Or, had the approach been emotionally positive instead of intellectually negative, the outcome might have been different. But keep in mind that even if the circumstances differ, the outcome is often the same. This discussion could have happened on a Sunday morning following a Saturday training session in which Bob had already signed a distributor application. It doesn't really matter. The point is this. We are convinced that as many as 50% of all potentially successful networkers fail before ever getting started because their sponsor does not prepare them for the spouse rejection rocket. The tragedy is that those very circumstances could quite easily be minimized, if not completely eliminated, through preparation and proactive measures. It's the responsibility of every recruiter to fully prepare prospects for rejection, then provide them with the tools to overcome rejection. Phil should have insisted that Bob bring his wife to a full-blown presentation, either at this first briefing or at another one soon to follow. In addition, he should have said emphatically, "Bob, don't try to explain this to your wife until you have more information. Or better yet, bring her to us." Rejection by family and friends. Before presenting solutions to the previous problem, let's first scrutinize another scenario that occurs frequently. Although the participants are somewhat different, the outcome is equally predictable and negative. We begin by assuming that Bob's wife is as excited as he is about this network marketing opportunity. Let's also assume that Bob has signed up, and both he and his wife have been trained and prepared for any and all rejection. Initially, Bob decides to take the lead until their new infant is a little older. His wife will join Bob later. Bob can anticipate the primary objections used by prospective MLMers and has memorized a response for each one. In fact, he's quite proud of his knowledge and is even perhaps a little cocky about his ability to overcome objections. Bob is excited about his new skills of persuasion, believing with a smug self-confidence that he can effectively counter each objection. He's convinced that in this battle of wits, his prospects are unarmed. He fully expects to win any and all debates about network marketing, and prove to each of his friends that his new venture is far superior to traditional business. Equipped with that knowledge, he picks up the telephone and begins calling his 25 best prospects, those people whom he would love to spend the rest of his life with in a partnership. Usually one of three outcomes is predictable, so let's evaluate all three. Winning the battle. The first outcome is what we call winning the battle. Bob has just gotten past his close friend's secretary and is beginning his prospecting conversation. This is a man Bob has known since high school. Their lives are quite different now, so they see each other infrequently, but have nevertheless retained their warm friendship. The conversation begins with small talk, but let's move ahead to the actual dialogue about the business. Bob begins his approach. "You know, Steve, the other reason I called is to try to set up a convenient time when you and Sally can come over and take a look at a new business my wife and I have—" Steve cuts in. "Bob, it sounds like one of those pyramid deals to me. Don't tell me you and Christy have been sucked into one of those scams." Of course, Bob has been trained, albeit improperly, to handle objections, and he's armed for battle. "Actually, Steve, I can understand your reluctance to look at a deal like this, but all I ask is that you remain open-minded for a 45-minute presentation. Let me ask you, Steve, would Tuesday or Thursday be better for you?" Bob is proud of his canned response, but as we'll see, his pride is very fleeting. "Come on, Bob. You and I go way back. You can cut out the memorized speeches and shoot me straight. Sal and I aren't the least bit interested in one of those deals. In fact, my own father got sucked into some gold scam last summer and put over $5,000 into the deal, never signed up one person, and has a garage full of overpriced gold coins gathering dust," Steve says gently but firmly. At this point, or really before the conversation had even gone this far, Bob should have realized that Steve isn't in the right time in his life to see this opportunity. He isn't the slightest bit open to the business, and anything said from here on will only further alienate Steve, and therefore hurt Bob's chances to approach his friend at a later date when he may be more receptive. In fact, unbeknown to Bob, He may actually do irreparable damage to their friendship by continuing to pursue the matter. There's a specific 6-month rule we'll present later in the book that will help you avoid Bob's dilemma, but for now let's assume Bob is unaware of it. Unfortunately, Bob is relentless. He knows he's in a great business and believes that if he can respond properly to each objection, he can perhaps sign up Steve and his wife. Because Steve is a professional who knows many quality people, Bob is absolutely convinced that, of all his friends, Steve has the greatest potential. Bob believes that all he has to do is skillfully overcome his friend's objections, and he's got a winner on his front line. He's sure he will win the battle. But it won't happen. And the reasons it won't happen are simple. Steve is not in the right time in his life for change, and Bob approached his friend improperly. In this particular scenario, the objections and responses to them will probably continue for another 5 or 10 minutes. In a last-ditch effort to shut Bob up, Steve may actually agree to go to a presentation. Of course, the chances that he will actually attend are slim to none. In this winning the battle scenario, more than likely Bob's prospect will be a no-show, and in the long run, he will even lose the war. Unable to apply the 6-month rule, the battle will never again be waged, let alone won. In other words, another potentially great network marketer is history. And you can bet Steve will tell 10 other friends at a future cocktail party just how bizarre and frenzied their former friend Bob has become. Kiss 10 more possible networkers goodbye. Positive negative. The second outcome is what we call the positive negative. In this scenario, the very instant Bob mentions his intentions, Steve jumps in and aggressively points out how much he hates business deals with friends, detests MLM or any other home business pyramid, and adds, "By God, it better never surface again in the course of our friendship." Of course, Bob shuts up immediately and changes the subject back to small talk. He feels rejected because his good friend is so positive that network distribution is a rotten industry. And because Steve is so positively negative about network marketing, Bob decides to never again extend the opportunity to his friend. That is a serious mistake, as we'll explain later when we fully define the 6-month rule. The good old boy. The third outcome is what we call the good old boy. An example of this scenario is as follows. "You know, Steve, the other reason I called is because my wife and I have become involved in a business that we want to share with you. It will take about an hour at the most, and we can see you on Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock or Thursday at 7:30. Which is better for you?" Steve answers pleasantly, "Gosh, Robert, it sounds great. Can you tell me just a little about it?" "Well, Steve, I'd rather not discuss it over the telephone, because it's about 90% visual. I'd like for you and Sally to see a brief video, then actually sample some products and take home some literature to examine. But I can tell you that this company is expanding globally, and they're looking for brand new recruiters and trainers who have always wanted to earn over $25,000 a month." "My God, Bob," Steve excitedly responds. $25,000 a month? Phew, I can tell you right now we are always open-minded to new opportunities, especially when there's that kind of earnings potential. I think Thursday would be our best bet. What time? This last scenario is actually somewhat common when new distributors are calling friends. In MLM, we refer to friends as one's warm market, because most family members and close friends do not want to reject you. They will often agree to things they don't want, just to be warm, hence the terminology. But we can assure you that often as many as half of all warm market appointments, and by that we mean friends, family, and associates, who commit to coming to your home for a private business presentation, will not show up. And that can be more devastating than any other form of rejection because you'll feel deceived. So remember, no matter how nice they are on the telephone, half of your family and friends may not show up for your meetings, especially if you tell them about products and brochures, videos and samples. Knowing this fact ahead of time softens the pain. Simply put, all people detest rejection, especially rejection by friends and family. Frank Pinelli of West Lynn, Oregon, had been in the business all of 1 week when he experienced one of the worst rejections of his life. As he explains, "I couldn't wait to meet for breakfast with a man whom I had come to respect and admire. Like me, he was a realtor, and a very successful one. Both of us were in the process of leaving real estate to start our own businesses, and I assumed that would give us grounds for being mutually supportive of each other. As I began to describe my networking business to him, without a moment's hesitation, he told me that even if he was a panhandler on the street, pushing a cart around, the last thing in the world he would ever do is network marketing. I grew numb. My world, for the moment, was destroyed. A respected friend had, in so many words, called me worse than a bum living on the streets. 2 years have passed, and today I truly owe my ex-friend a debt of gratitude. He so enraged me that I vowed to become hugely successful, just to show him how wrong he was. His having treated me like such a jerk is to this day a significant part of what drives me. Today, Frank, together with his wife Joanne, earns about $5,000 per month. But rather than homeless or, even worse, 70-hour-a-week realtors like their ex-friend, they are both stay-at-home parents to 2 young children and, in their words, job share the business around them. Friends are often our biggest dream stealers, and once a dream is stolen, it is not easily recovered. But Frank and Joanne turned what could have been a stolen dream into a burning desire to rise to their full potential. Today they both love what they do and have their sights set on making it all the way to the top. And when they reach the very pinnacle, it will undeniably be because one business associate tried to smash their hopes and dreams. Perhaps once they make it to the very top, their realtor friend will decide to join them in business. Dennis Clifton, who, together with his brother David, built our strongest global organization, remembers how excited he was about his future when he first signed up back in May of 1986, before any of us knew what we were doing. As I began to go down my list, I quickly realized that this wasn't going to be as easy as I had hoped. Almost every person that I called was unwilling to even meet with me. But in spite of this, my positive attitude was holding up, until one morning. I had a friend who worked as a disc jockey at a local radio station. I called him at work and began to explain what I was doing. His response was something I had never experienced before. He actually began to laugh out loud. Now, I don't mean a whimsical smile or friendly chuckle. I mean a wall-rattling, spirit-crushing belly laugh. I was devastated as I hung up the phone. I had never been laughed at quite like that before. Then all the voices began to come to me. Why in the world am I doing this? Nothing is worth this kind of humiliation. Since nobody seems to want to do this, maybe they know something I don't. If I quit now, I'll never have to go through that again. I can remember slipping into that black hole that so many new distributors never come out of. When my phone rang, it was my sponsor, Mark Yarnell. He asked, "Hey, big boy, what's happening?" I responded, "Mark, you're not going to believe this, but I just got laughed at, big time." Then I told him everything that happened, and guess what he did? He started to laugh uncontrollably. After a few minutes, when he regained his composure, he said, "Dennis, don't let yourself worry about that goober. Just send him a copy of your check in 6 months." What a great response. For the first time in my life, I understood the full meaning of the old saying, "He who laughs last laughs best." Today, more than a decade later, that man who almost laughed me out of the business is still a disc jockey in Austin, Texas. Me? I live in the mountains in Colorado with my wife and kids, and run an international business with distributors in over 20 countries around the world. I've made millions of dollars since that first laugh, and I can assure you it was worth it. Let 'em laugh. Maria Perkins of Santa Barbara has been with her company for 8 years and has made it to the 3rd level of her compensation plan. She sees her role in network marketing as a conduit or bridge for people like herself who cringe at the thought of sales, and recommends that her associates approach the business like professional consultants. In order to sustain herself through these years, she plays her own mental imagery tape in her mind. No matter if it was my 40-year-old baby brother smirking at my efforts, the people who swore they would show up and didn't, or even the friends who suddenly viewed me as some ex-con about to bamboozle them into my newest scam. They all led me to the mountaintop, and it is here I shall remain. Maria is convinced that we all have to operate on our own agenda, not someone else's. May you be as fortunate as Frank, Dennis, and Maria when you have one of your friends put you down or scoff at you. Later we will discuss the very finest friend approach in order to minimize the rejection like these distributors faced. But we hope that learning of their battles with rejection will assist you in coping with your own. Fine wine can be a byproduct of sour grapes. Turn your battles into a motivational force, and let that force propel you through those early rejections. Dennis is right. It is all worth it. Preparing your prospects for rejection. The rejection rocket can be leveled at you any time in your career, and the problem is that you generally don't see it coming. It's a stealth weapon. It can take many different forms and is frequently unrecognizable right up until impact, and then kaboom! While we certainly cannot help you anticipate every potential kind of rejection, we can definitely prepare you for those forms of rejection which are the most destructive. Avoidance of these dangerous weapons is fairly simple if you begin programming your networking professionals at the very beginning, literally during the close of the first recruiting meeting. Let's set the stage. You have just presented your business opportunity effectively by following a specific format. One we'll explain in a later chapter. And you're convinced that 3 of the 5 prospects sitting in your living room are tremendously excited about the income potential. They've asked all the right questions, and you've answered them to the best of your ability. You've played the video, very clearly and simply explained the numbers during your board presentation, handed them some samples, and finally explained that training is here at your home next Saturday at 10 o'clock a.m. You're ready for the closing comments. Comments specifically calculated to call their attention to rejection and assist them in avoiding it before they are sideswiped. We are irrevocably convinced that most people who leave the first presentation excited but never sign up or return for training are usually fatalities of the easily avoided rejection rocket. Here's how we prepare our unwary prospects. We suggest you memorize or paraphrase this for your own use, speaking in the singular or plural accordingly. Folks, I know some of you are excited about the numbers you've heard today. I realize that you will want to do your due diligence, as would any responsible entrepreneur. But let's face it, if I'm right, if you really can earn this kind of monthly income and semi-retire in 3 to 4 years, or at least have substantial personal and financial freedom, you'd have to be brain dead not to take me up on this deal. But I want to warn you about the 2 primary causes of failure, so you can avoid them while you're doing your investigating. Don't be afraid to use a comment like brain dead on your prospects, no matter how successful or professional they appear. We've never had anyone fail to laugh at the comment. But more importantly, you are asserting your obvious leadership, a quality they desperately need to observe in their mentor before considering joining our industry. The first cause of failure occurs when you network marketers listen to people who don't know what they're talking about. The second cause of failure results from their not listening to those of us who do know what we're talking about. Let me give you an example. It's just human nature that when we get excited about something, we want to share it with others. Whether it's a new flavor of ice cream or a business opportunity, it doesn't really matter. We want to share it, especially with the people we most care about. That's fine with ice cream or a good movie, but it's not right to share this business with anyone until you're completely trained and knowledgeable about our company. Why? Because the primary cause of failure in our profession stems from people getting excited about the tremendous earnings potential and then charging out to tell their closest friends and relatives before having the slightest idea how to do our business. It is critical that you not say anything to anyone until we have taught you a successful approach. If you begin talking to your relatives and friends about this industry, most of them are going to tell you that you've lost your mind. And even though you think you've got all the facts, even though you know the truth about the earnings potential, and even though your friends, neighbors, and relatives know nothing, they will still tell you you're an idiot. And if you have 10 or 20 people in a row question your sanity, especially people you know and love, you will give up before you begin. So don't even attempt to sell your spouse on the opportunity. Simply get him or her back here for a presentation as soon as possible. Now, I know you think you're strong enough to avoid being influenced by people whom you know are completely ignorant about our company. Everybody thinks that. And let's say that you are. Let's say that even if 20 friends and relatives reject you and tell you you're an imbecile, you do not collapse under the weight of their negative attitudes. The real problem is this. Once they've told you not to get involved, even if you later skillfully prove them wrong and answer every one of their concerns, they will not sign up. Remember, once they've ridiculed you for getting into MLM, they cannot afford to sign up themselves because that's tantamount to admitting their own foolishness. And in this era, many folks are more interested in impression management than in taking responsibility for their own lives and creating financial independence and time freedom. So, until you've been signed up, made a commitment, and been trained professionally, do not, and I mean this emphatically, do not approach your friends, relatives, or even your spouse with this business until we have taught you how to share this information with them. Some of your very best warm market recruits will never join you, no matter how successful you become, if you approach them improperly. Years of experience have taught us that the single largest cause of failure results from listening to people who don't know what they are talking about. Here's the problem. New prospects' friends and family don't know anything about your company or the business of networking, and in their ignorance they are certain it must be a scam. Until you are involved financially, they sense you are not really committed, so they will do everything in their power to save you from making a big mistake. When you say, "Hey everybody, I'm getting ready to open a new restaurant," you can count on the response, "Are you sure you want to do that? I've heard most startups go under." However, once you have already made the investment, your family and friends will do everything in their power to support you in your new venture. When you say, "Hey everybody, I've just opened a new restaurant," the response will likely be, "Oh, good for you. When can we come?" Rejection by family and friends is by far one of the biggest challenges in network marketing. But you can only change their attitudes by changing your own. After you've elevated your own self-esteem and confidence level, only then will you be able to help others elevate theirs, often altering their opinions, strengthening your family's support or interest, and opening doors to your friends and associates. We wrap up our business presentation by discussing the second cause of failure, not listening to those who do know what they're talking about. If any of you do decide to sign up and become my frontline associates, you must also be willing to duplicate exactly what I teach you. This business is totally different from traditional business, and if you're going to sign up and then try to reinvent the wheel, you're going to fail. So promise me you'll follow our system, or, frankly, I'd rather not even have you sign up. Fortunately, we are in an experienced organization, and we know what we're doing. Your first 90 days are critical, and we start the clock today as you begin your decision-making. That dialogue is the way we close our in-home recruiting presentations nearly verbatim. In fact, as prospects are preparing to drive away, we will frequently remind them one last time. Don't forget, please don't attempt to explain this business to anyone, especially your spouse, until after you've been trained. As they depart, we are already beginning to visualize them as partners. The rejection rocket can be deterred quite effectively if it is anticipated and fully understood by new networkers and prospects. Actually, if you train new frontline people properly based on the systems we will advance throughout this book, rejection will be the least of your worries. In fact, once new distributors finish with their warm market prospects and enter the cold market, rejection is one of their greatest allies. Why? Because the sooner it can be determined that a prospect is not receptive to a network marketing opportunity, the sooner the distributor can file her away for a 6-month follow-up and move on to viable prospects without wasting time. Like so many network marketers, Paul Del Vecchio and Jennifer Tallow of Berkeley, California, are still struggling to build their group. And because of their positive outlook, it is growing, slowly. But rejection has been their single biggest hurdle to overcome, especially that first year. In Paul's own words, "I'm sure there are people who breeze into MLM and skate their way to the top, but this was not my case. I'm a college dropout who spent my young adult years pursuing poetry, the classical guitar, and Eastern philosophy. I had no background in business, spent most of my time in seclusion, and drove an old '76 Chevy pickup with a snaggle-tooth bumper that I couldn't afford to have repaired. Being somewhat introverted by nature, I'd have to describe my first year in MLM like the South American diplomat who, at an elegant embassy function, tried to explain in his halting English why he and his wife had no children. "My wife, she is impregnable." But when that clearly didn't evoke the response he had expected, he tried again. "I mean, she is unbearable." Puzzled by their shocked expressions, he tried one more run at it with, No, what I mean to say is, she is inconceivable." I felt just as inadequate as that diplomat in my communication skills as I loaded up my truck and went down to the business district to approach strangers in suits about big money and free time, and let me tell you, they were not at all amused. And so I systematically tried everything under the sun to avoid the pain of rejection, including the art of managing a non-existent downline, but it always comes back to taking action and maintaining a positive, open attitude. Napoleon Hill, the author of the classic Think and Grow Rich, helped me understand that my state of mind must be one of absolute belief in what I am communicating to others and in my ability to deliver the message, not just a mere hope or a wish. For me, this business has been the greatest self-development course in the world. As I leave the house to prospect, I've learned that I can create one of two mindsets. I can strive to be well received by those I approach, and that is a one-step process called perseverance. Or I can try to avoid the pain of rejection, and that is a three-step formula. Say nothing, do nothing, be nothing. Persistence coupled with absolute belief can never be defeated, and that is precisely why we know that Paul and Jenny will prosper abundantly. Call reluctance. Often the mere fear and anticipation of rejection will keep new networkers at home. Fear of getting started is one of the primary causes of failure in our industry. It is an obvious but unspoken phenomenon. New marketers will hide behind the need to study the products more, or attend a few more meetings, watching how you do it over and over, even though they've already seen it 10 times. They will gladly attend training meeting after training meeting, invest time in their new business by listening to audio tapes on how to prospect and overcome objections, and generally do anything and everything possible to avoid actual prospecting. They will become involved in all manner of unproductive activities just to avoid having to, in the words of the great Nike, just do it. Then, after days, weeks, and sometimes even months of such busy work, they will decide that this business just doesn't work. After all, they haven't succeeded in building an organization. The reason is clear to everyone except them. The mere anticipation of rejection leads to call reluctance, which can, and often does, lead to failure. Often, a week or so before they quit, we hear the essence of their failure in the remark, "If something doesn't happen soon, we're going to have to get a job to make ends meet." In traditional business, things may just happen, but in network marketing, success comes to those who make things happen. And by the way, call reluctance is not an experience limited to non-professionals. Often it's the most sophisticated executives who carry this secret phobia, not of actually being rejected, mind you, but of the fear that they might be. Mark recruited the mayor of a major southern city, and after 6 months of virtually zero activity, he asked the mayor for his warm market list. He reluctantly handed over his top 25 names, but Mark couldn't find one person whom the mayor had actually called. In the final analysis, the mayor had to admit that he was afraid to call those friends because an election year was approaching and he didn't want to risk damaging his reputation with his constituents. He quit, having never called one prospect because of his fear of rejection. He later had the audacity to state publicly, after failing in a second network marketing company for the same reason, that MLM is a scam. He came to that conclusion without ever having called a single prospect. Not being taken seriously. Those who make it past the initial fears of getting started will often be assailed by other elements of the rejection rocket. Common among women is not being taken seriously, one of the most degrading forms of rejection. It is common for an interested male prospect who is shown the business opportunity by a professional woman networker to think something like, "I'll have to talk to my wife about this little home business." It's not a case of the woman being ineffective or the man being demeaning. It's just that most men cannot identify with having a woman recruiter who is working at home. And if she is distributing cosmetics or some other product or service with which he cannot relate, that only serves to compound the problem. No matter how strong a female leader is, in some cases the male ego cannot be assuaged by her alone. On these occasions, the potential rejection can be sidestepped by having a male upline or a male partner assist her in closing such prospects. This is not codependency, but rather part of the intrinsic nature and value of what we call double-gender closing, because ours is a team-based business. First-year associates need not close prospects alone. It's teamwork that earns leaders the right to receive multi-level compensation. In some situations, women have discovered that their gender challenges come from within rather than from without. Historically, men have had more self-confidence, while women still struggle with poor self-esteem. For years, some women have been financially dependent on their husbands, and frequently overlooked for promotions in the workplace. We realize this is changing in America, but this phenomenon is still prevalent in Eastern cultures and among older generations. Women have so very much to offer this industry, their companies, their husbands and male partners, and certainly the members of their own organizations. The problem has stemmed from an industry-wide lack of awareness about just how much women have to give and how needed feminine qualities are in today's global marketplace. The role of women is on the threshold of explosive change, along with their image. If you suspect that you are being rejected because of an attitude you project, then take some time to work on your own personal growth before attempting to build an organization. Read books, attend seminars, and listen to audio tapes to enhance your self-image. Surround yourself with positive people who constantly remind you of your worth as a person and the contributions you are capable of making. Shake off any residue of negative self-esteem, any emotional baggage that you may be carrying around, and take pride in yourself. It is important to understand that you have a greatness and an unlimited potential to elevate everyone around you. Practice exuding your inner strength with your head held high, and you will see an immediate difference in your general acceptance, your leadership success, and your income. Perhaps no woman in network marketing's 45-year span has better exemplified the transition that can occur in a woman's life once she begins to accept and project her strength than Kathy Dennison. At the age of 30, Kathy Dennison awakened to realize that she was living a nightmare. She was in an abusive marriage, and her 12-year-old daughter was suffering the pain of seeing her mother mistreated. She decided it was time to take action. She left her husband and moved to the tiny town of Basalt, Colorado, where she began cleaning houses to support herself and her child. While her personal life improved dramatically over the next few years, her finances were in shambles. But without a degree, there were few options available to her. Kathy had always believed that she had the talent and mindset to become a millionaire. But her introduction to MLM was the very first time she'd ever been exposed to a business with no limits and no major capital investment. Within 5 years, she would be relaxing on the beach in San Diego in her dream home with a husband, Mark Yarnell, who shares her goals and dreams. Many people were first introduced to Kathy Dennison and her remarkable story in Richard Poe's bestseller, Wave 3. But no one can write as dramatically and accurately about Kathy as Mark Yarnell, who personally sponsored her and served as her mentor for her first years in this business. When I first met Kathy Dennison in Aspen, Colorado in 1987, she was a single parent, living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment, doing her best to support her family on her meager maid's income. I had begged our realtor to help me find a housekeeper because we were entertaining so many friends, our home rapidly became like a bed and breakfast. By the way, move to Aspen and you'll learn just how many of your friends love you. Kathy agreed to meet me as a favor to her best friend, the realtor, but had actually decided not to accept the job. At that time, she was already cleaning numerous houses and felt burned out. On the other hand, she really needed the money, and she owed the realtor a debt of gratitude for the numerous jobs she had arranged for Kathy after she left her abusive marriage. When Kathy walked into my home that first day, I was immediately impressed with two things. First, she was obviously an extrovert. Second, she had enthusiasm, a very warm smile, and although she was working as a maid, she was definitely a people person. Naturally, the old recruiting Yarnell came out, as he generally does whenever I meet a strong personality. But in Kathy's case, I suppressed my enthusiasm as rapidly as it surfaced, mainly because I wanted to devote a solid year to snow skiing, hang gliding, and writing the first edition of my book, Power Multi-Level Marketing. And truthfully, even though I teach new distributors not to play God, that is, never to qualify prospects and always assume that everyone has the potential to succeed, I violated my own teaching. I decided that in spite of her enthusiasm, I wasn't going to sponsor my housekeeper in a town of 2,000 because the chances of her success were minimal. What a fool I was. After finally awakening from my stupor and signing her up, Kathy promptly signed up every possible prospect in Basalt and Aspen, then moved to San Diego and gradually built a business that transformed her into a millionaire. After recognizing my own stupidity in prejudging a maid, I made the decision to never again violate the one definitive precept in our industry. There's a seed of greatness in everyone. Never qualify prospects for any reason. Nearly a decade later, Kathy Dennison is one of network marketing's true heroines. As more women like Kathy join our industry, and we continue to hear more financial and emotional rags-to-riches stories, women will continue to occupy positions of importance in increasing numbers. And as Richard Poe so correctly pointed out in Wave 3, Dennison's stripped-down approach served her well. She rose from a lowly maid to a millionaire in just a few years. In 1997, Kathy was named one of the top 10 women of distinction in Jerry Hoffman's International Directory of Network Marketing. We spent an afternoon skiing in Switzerland during the winter of 1997, and when we returned home, we saw the familiar red light on our answering machine signaling that we had a message. That simple 2-minute message meant as much to us as any other achievement in either of our lives. Mark flipped the on button, the machine rewound, and there, in a broken voice, was our frontline associate, Kathy Dennison. Her message was a simple, "Thank you for believing in me." That afternoon, Kathy and her wonderful partner/husband, Mark Yarnell, had received their millionaire's pin from the home office, signifying that they had earned over $1 million, thus inducting themselves into the company's elite millionaires club. So overwhelmed and appreciative was Kathy, so moving was her message, that we sat down and silently shed tears of joy. In that brief moment, the purpose that most forcefully drives us in network marketing was fulfilled. To this day, we can write without equivocation that you could take away everything we own, our income, our entire downline, homes and cars, and our involvement in network marketing would be justified in its entirety because of the joy we felt for Kathy and Mark on that afternoon. Seldom, if ever, has one of life's experiences so touched us at the very core of our beings as did Kathy's short message. Kathy has an inner strength, a personal belief, and an unmistakable self-worth that allowed her to rise from maid to millionaire. We believe there are thousands of women out there just like her, and every one could succeed if they could shake off their limited programming. To any woman who may feel assaulted by the rejection rocket because of her own self-imposed struggle with a negative self-image, we suggest that you select another successful woman as a mentor. Allow her to coach you every step of the way, and duplicate her steps to success. Don't take rejection personally. New associates must be taught that a no thank you is not a personal rebuff. A waitress pouring coffee in a coffee shop might be told, "No thanks," by one, "No more for now," by another. She might be told, "I have plenty, thanks," or even, "I don't like coffee." But none of these responses sends her running to the ladies' room in tears because all of her customers rejected her. And yet that is comparable to what happens to brand new distributors. They take no, however it is said, too personally. In our industry, a decline to participate in the opportunity most often means, "The timing isn't right for me now." Occasionally it means, "I don't like direct selling." But it never means, "I don't like you." Think of prospecting in MLM as a sifting process. Like the waitress walking around with a coffee pot, we are merely searching for those who would like to have what we have to offer. Accepting no is merely part of the process of finding those who say yes. Consider this fact. Of the first 67 individuals whom Mark first approached about joining his organization, 66 said no. This slow start was mainly because Mark abandoned his warm market. He was a minister at the time and felt that it would be a conflict of interest to call on his church members. So he began in a predominantly cold market. Later, he finally recruited a few parishioners after he was himself certain of his company's long-term stability. However, his first prospects were cold calls, and all but one rejected his offers to even see a presentation. Mark felt like quitting right then, and his sponsor actually did that week. Instead, Mark called Richard Call, his upline mentor, who persuaded him to remain in the business. Had Mark's original upline sponsor not become discouraged by rejection and stayed involved, he would have, after 5 years, been earning over $1 million a year off Mark's downline alone. By the time we married and merged downlines in 1991, it had exceeded twice that amount. That's what the rejection rocket can cost a person. Personal rejection is one of the toughest human emotions anyone can experience. But as we all know, life is about balance, and where there is rejection, there must also be acceptance. Dealing with it is an ongoing task. At one point, rejection nearly drove Phil Mims of Grapevine, Texas, out of networking. As he explains, "I had a good career with 17 years in the wholesale jewelry business prior to getting involved with network marketing. That career gave me a good lifestyle, wonderful friends, and a professional ego. Making the transition into MLM meant starting over, forcing me out of my comfort zone. As I approached friends, family, and jewelry associates to be either my customers or to join me in business, I watched personalities change. Friends became cold and distrusting. My family began to snicker. Jewelry associates responded with concern for my sanity. It hurt me when they appeared to feel that I was taking advantage of them and abusing our relationships. I wanted to just say, "Okay, never mind," and head back into my comfort zone and secure jewelry life. I almost quit network marketing entirely. Those feelings continued for my first 18 months in MLM because my friends were important and their acceptance was crucial. Then it hit me. Some members of my downline began thanking me. They expressed their gratitude for my help and for leading them to great changes in their lives. Wow! The acknowledgement made my heart pound and my eyes tear up. It dawned on me that if I were to quit and return to my jewelry business, I would perhaps lose my new friends and business associates whom I really liked better. Networkers are such caring, sharing, giving, and excited people who, like me, are seeking success, peace, and freedom. Traditional business offers these things for a few people, whereas success is possible for so many in network marketing. To remember now that I almost quit because of my wounded pride helps me to understand what my new downline reps face. Shedding my old self and becoming a new person was indeed a painful transition. The hardest thing I ever did was to leave the comfort zone of my jewelry business. But as a result of my newfound personal freedom, personal growth, and feelings of appreciation, I found a bigger and better comfort zone. I'll always be a networker, thankful that God opens doors, provides the courage to go through them, and furnishes the light to guide my way. Not talking to enough people. If we only talk to a dozen people in the course of a week, the art of rejection by those few becomes bigger than life. If we contact a few dozen people each week, rejection is no problem, because a few will always get involved. Remember this law of balance. Increase the number of approaches and decrease the impact of rejection. Susan averaged 10 contacts a week in her business because she was working part-time and had an extremely busy schedule. Because she was working from her warm market list, she had a high ratio of positive responses. 5 promised to come to her Tuesday night business briefing to learn more about this opportunity. 2 actually showed, but neither signed. All she could think about were the 3 who didn't show, and the fact that they didn't even have the courtesy to call and cancel. 4 more weeks of that kind of rejection, and she will be out of the business. Why? Because her prospecting numbers are too small. Susan may be a hypothetical prospect in our example, but such low-number prospecting can, and indeed has, forced would-be legends right out of business, shot down by rejection. Unless, as a part-timer, you are approaching at least 5 to 10 prospects per day, you're not serious about succeeding in this business. As a serious part-timer, those numbers should increase, and as a full-timer, they can grow to 30 or more per day once entering the cold market. Meeting attendance and brochure reading doesn't count as real time. When first launching your business, if your goal is to build an organization, 80% of your time should be spent prospecting. All other activity is busy work until you have achieved a certain level of success. Do not become a professional audience participator. Get out of the bleachers and onto the field. In contrast to Susan, the 2 of us prospected huge numbers of people when first building our individual organizations. Before marrying Rene, Mark's biggest rejection rocket was launched when 6 of his 7 frontline executives bailed out and went into a vitamin deal back in 1986. He didn't just lose 6 out of 7 distributors. He lost major leaders. That is the ultimate rejection. Again, he leaned on Richard Call to keep him focused on the importance of perseverance. Consider the impact of Richard's inspiration. There were 2 major triumphs. First, the one remaining executive distributorship today earns us more than 50% of our income. Second, because Mark continued to approach large numbers of prospects, he had 7 more qualifying executives who would soon take the place of those who left. Remember, it is the sheer magnitude of the numbers of prospects we approach that keeps us from overreacting to those who do reject our approaches. Prospecting small numbers makes the rejection bigger than life. Prospecting large numbers focuses our attention on those who say yes. If you make contact with 100 people in the course of a week, 20 of whom say, "Yes, I'd be interested in looking at what you have," and 80 of whom say, "No thanks," your focus will be on the positive. Out of that 20, you will be excited about the 3 who signed up, rather than the 80 who weren't interested. On the other hand, if you approach only 10 people, 2 of whom say they are willing to take a look and then decide against it, your attention inevitably is on the entire 10 who got away. Network marketing begins as a numbers game and evolves into a people business while a legitimate organization of excited networkers is being built. The narrow focus syndrome. Many people make the mistake of inviting rejection by presenting a far too narrow focus. They often promote a single product or just one division of their company, as opposed to creating wide appeal by stressing the leveraged income and free time that result from orders of commonly used products and services. Network marketing is intrinsically designed to appeal to everyone. It is not meant to be an elitist club, nor is it effective if you promote just a single product line. And yet newcomers and old-timers alike often make this mistake. Some people failed to earn as much as they should have when their company added an exciting new nutritional division in the early 90s. And the reason is obvious. Even liberal estimates suggest that less than 30% of the population used vitamin supplements back then. Thus, 7 out of 10 people approached with only the new division just weren't interested. They couldn't relate to nutritional products and were unwilling to change their behavior. The original division upon which the company was founded consisted of personal care products. 100% of our population bathes, shampoos, shaves, moisturizes, deodorizes, and brushes their teeth with reasonable regularity. So success would have been more widespread had the distributors offered both lines of products in their presentations, thereby avoiding the needless problems created by limited focus. Even more significant, they should have been selling prospects with the American dream, big money and free time. Nearly everyone is interested in ways to achieve wealth, so focus your presentations on personal and financial freedom, making certain to call your prospects' attention to all your products, services, and divisions. This comprehensive approach is how legends ultimately build large and dynamic organizations. Turning rejection into positive motivation. John Corkill worked for a large title insurance company for 10 years, the same one his father had been employed by for over 40 years. They enjoyed working together and shared a track record of success. When corporate politics became unbearable, John, with his father's understanding and support, went to work for a competitor and tripled his income during the first year. Over the next 5 years, he created a 6-figure income. Then, due to a merger, he was laid off. His father, still with the original title insurance company, was now in charge of starting a new division and offered his son a full-time position, but the company could only pay him a pittance of his previous income. 1 week before he was due to start the job, John was introduced to network marketing. He found the right company and chose to go full-time immediately. After receiving the news, his father's comment was, "John, I guess everyone has to do something. However, if you fail at that one, you can always sell makeup since one of the largest companies is based right here in Dallas. But whatever you do, I just hope you're not going to come over to my house and try to push your products on your own dad. I know all about network marketing. Those people make $200 a month and 9 out of 10 of them fail." John assured his father that his disapproval of the new career path he had chosen was understandable, and that he just didn't want to rely on his father for normal family support. When John did not become defensive, something clicked in his father, who seemed to realize that he was treating his son like a carpetbagger. He asked John to sit down and began inquiring about his goals. When his father was convinced that his son was fully committed to becoming the 1 out of 10 who succeeds, as he had done with the company in which they both worked, the father-son relationship was back on track. For John, the story of his father's rejection-turned-acceptance became a driving force that motivated him to stick with his new network marketing business. Not only is he well on his way, appreciative for his father's rejection and eventual acceptance, but John plans to retire at the same time as his father, so that they can enjoy the wealth together, grateful for his father having started him off on the right foot. Reaction to family rejection can often be redirected, becoming a positive force for building your business. Summary. Failure in network marketing often results from 2 problems. 1. The new distributor's argumentative approach in recruiting frontline people who have already made it obvious that the timing isn't right in their lives. 2. The mistaken belief that the goal is to overcome objections, sign up people at all cost, then drag them across the finish line through motivation and management systems. If warm or cold market prospects are approached properly, they will only reject your offer if the timing is not right, in which case you want to gently back off and reapproach them every 6 months. Rejection is your ally, not your adversary, and if handled properly, it will expedite your recruiting activities and actually set you up for a positive outcome. Don't talk about this business with friends or relatives until after you have made a commitment and have been trained. Make it a point to teach this at the close of your presentation. As you begin talking to prospects, you have the choice of creating one of two mindsets. 1. You can strive to be well received by those you approach by setting yourself up for a friendly callback. 2. You can try to avoid the pain of rejection by saying nothing, doing nothing, being nothing. Persistence, coupled with absolute belief, can never be defeated. When you are not getting the support that you desire from family and friends, begin first by focusing on your own attitude, and changes in their behavior will naturally follow. Once you are trained, begin immediately by picking up the phone and calling the people on your list. Don't let call reluctance and the fear of rejection stop you before you start on your adventure in network marketing. Rely on the credibility of your upline leaders. Remember, you are in business for yourself, but you are never in business by yourself. As their sponsor, prospects look to you as their mentor and leader. If you are feeling low self-esteem, read, study, listen to tapes, attend seminars, and do all that you can to continue working on your personal growth. As you grow personally, so will your networking business, and as your business grows, so will you. Building too slowly is discouraging, and often results in networkers focusing on those who rejected the opportunity, rather than on those who accepted an invitation to look at the business. The growth of your business will be in direct proportion to the numbers of people you are prospecting on a regular, daily basis. Network marketing is a numbers game after the first 90 days of warm marketing. It becomes a people business once distributors begin interacting with their sponsors to build their organizations. Rejection is not to be taken personally, but merely as an indication that the timing isn't right in people's lives. Persevere with every ounce of enthusiasm in order to give yourself the necessary excitement to do this business correctly. Prospecting small numbers makes the act of rejection bigger than life. Prospecting larger numbers focuses your attention on those who said yes. Don't make the mistake of presenting too narrow a focus, that is, by promoting a single product or just one division of your company. Create wide appeal by stressing leveraged income and time freedom based on generating orders of commonly used products and services. When retailing, 1. Offer your customers the opportunity to redirect their spending on commonly used products they are already using. 2. Educate your customers about all your new products or services, thereby undertaking to change their behavior. Rejection can be redirected to become a force for good in building your business. Chapter 2. Avoiding the management trap. Reinforce self-sufficiency rather than dependency. Network marketing is based on a team-building philosophy rather than a supervisory one. Perhaps the single most frequent cause of failure in network marketing is the mistaken belief that we must manage our downline distributors. Typically, after new associates spend their first month or two recruiting 10 or 15 friends, they end up devoting the rest of their time attempting to make those few people successful. That's what we call the management trap. Let us quickly point out that there is a significant difference between managing and supporting a downline organization. Playing caretaker to their organization causes new networkers to spend a disproportionate amount of time on a particular leg or legs of their downline, to the exclusion of everyone and everything else. It creates a false codependency, doing for others instead of teaching and encouraging them to do for themselves. The management trap creates two serious problems for a business builder. First, it produces weak and lethargic distributors because someone else is doing their work for them. Second, while managing others, that networker loses valuable time that could be more wisely invested in prospecting and recruiting new frontline distributors. And remember, new blood is the lifeblood of any organization. Continually sponsoring new associates adds vitality to an entire business. If you stop recruiting before you are earning enough to live comfortably, then you lose valuable ground. And worse, since our business is a business of leading by example, your leaders will emulate you so that everyone ends up managing and no one is prospecting or recruiting. Supporting an organization, on the other hand, is part of the team approach inherent in network marketing. It involves responding to legitimate requests on the part of any and all of your associates to help close a serious prospect or give them encouragement when they are feeling down. In this chapter, we intend to describe the difference between creating dependency in your organization and reinforcing self-sufficiency. It is critical that novice network marketers recognize the difference between productive activity and ineffectual time-wasting practices. Sponsoring family members and building for them. Mark discovered the pitfalls of supervising his family's line the hard way when he recruited his own father. As he tells the story, "It really hurt when my father said, 'Son, you're embarrassing me and ridiculing the family name in Missouri by selling snake oil in one of those damn pyramid scams.' It hurt because I had always loved and respected my father. He never made much money while we were growing up, but he did start his own advertising and public relations firm. He also wrote 2 novels, one of which, Man Trap, became a bestseller in 1948. Dad was a proud man who always told me that integrity is more important than wealth, and to never do business with a man whom you can't trust with a handshake." By the time I was a 16-year-old sophomore at Glendale High School in Springfield, Missouri, Dad left the field of writing novels and magazine articles to launch an advertising agency. I was so proud when he trusted me to go out and solicit clients. He said that if I could get a client to use our agency, he would let me have a shot at writing the copy. I was so enthusiastic that I went charging out and actually obtained a client the first week. The guy's name was Jerry Vaughn, and he was preparing to launch a new pet store in a little shopping center near our home. Somehow, probably on sheer guts and enthusiasm, I convinced him to give me a chance. I went back to Dad's office, scarcely able to contain myself, and broke the good news to him. I don't remember Dad ever really getting too excited about any of my accomplishments, but I could tell he was pleased. For the next several years, I wrote copy and created ads for clients whom I picked up along the way. Some of my ad campaigns were quite well received, while others were not so successful. But through all the years, Dad supported and encouraged me. That is, until 6 months before my graduation. I didn't realize it at the time, but Dad really wanted out of the stress. Apparently, in my ignorance, I failed to see his hope that following college graduation, an event, by the way, that never occurred, I would be interested in becoming his partner, perhaps even one day taking over the entire ad agency. I had other plans. In hindsight, I suppose my pronouncement at our 1971 family reunion that I intended to enter seminary and ultimately become a minister really caused him pain. I later found out from Mom that he saw it as a real slap in the face after all the years of working together. But that's life. I was to become a minister several years later, after a series of sales jobs. Just about the time my father was accepting my ministry and actually beginning to tell our friends with pride how his son's church was growing, I told him something that would result in our not speaking for nearly a year. I told him on the telephone that I had become a distributor in a new company in the field of network marketing. I'll never forget the uncomfortable 2-minute silence that occurred when I asked, "Dad, can I send you some shampoo and conditioner? I know you're going to love them." Silence. After a couple of minutes that felt like an hour each, I broke the uncomfortable silence by asking him to which address he wished me to mail the shampoo. That's when it hit the proverbial fan. "What the hell, son? You go to seminary, become a minister, now you're quitting that too? You're a quitter. And how could you disgrace the family name by getting into a pyramid?" He abruptly hung up. Naturally, I was miserable with rejection. That all changed, however, when I received an apology call a year later. Dad had heard from my sister that I'd built a sizable downline and was earning more each month than he was earning in a year. He called and congratulated me for my success. Then he came clean about his health. The stress was causing him heart problems, and in addition to apologizing for judging me so harshly, he also intimated that maybe I could help him get out of the rat race of public relations. That was all I needed. The next week I was on a plane to Missouri to sign up my father and get him out of traditional business. I was very excited about the prospect of helping my dad change his life. And the reason I explained our backgrounds here in such detail is to help you understand my reason for wanting so desperately to help him. You see, this was my first experience with the formidable management trap, that is, the supervision of one's downline. Before pointing out my mistakes, I want the reader to fully understand the situation, and I want to do everything possible to help you avoid this devastating trap, because it is very counterproductive and most often leads to failure. Our parents, siblings, and closest friends are usually the ones who lure us into the management trap. I spent 4 months in Springfield, Missouri, helping my father build his organization. The problem was that all Dad's people looked to me for leadership because I was doing everything for him. Not only that, but the rest of my entire group was suffering because I wasn't available to respond to their questions. Those 4 months that I dedicated to managing my father and his entire group were the most counterproductive of my entire career in networking. The only real value to come out of it was that I learned about the devastation of playing nursemaid to one leg of my downline, and began immediately to incorporate it into our training sessions in order to keep others from making the same mistake. When I left Springfield, everything I had built began to crumble immediately. The new people on my father's front line regarded me as their mentor, and when I no longer had time to support them as effectively as I had while living in Springfield, several became despondent and quit in the first month. Dad was frustrated because he had no idea how to lead his people, and they didn't look to him for leadership anyway. I created a cripple of my own father because, for all practical purposes, I became the director of an adult daycare center. But here's the real tragedy. Dad had the ability to succeed dramatically in network marketing. He had great communication skills, loved working with people, and had the overall competence in business that would have allowed him to build and run a quite successful organization worldwide. But I ruined it for him. You see, I loved him so much and was so committed to his success that I inadvertently created a weak person out of a strong one. My father's gone now. He passed away last year. And sometimes while sitting in the solitude of my study thinking of Dad, I secretly wish an angel would appear and wave a magic wand, leaving behind a tiny golden plaque above his ashes which reads, "Here lies a great man, Mark Yarnell, who could have been greater had his son not loved him too much." But because I didn't know then what I know now, I feel no real guilt. Dad and I had a great friendship to the very end. Next, I headed straight to Orlando, where my sister Melissa was a very successful executive analyst for the Tupperware company. With my sister, I had a legitimate reason to enter the management trap, or so I then mistakenly thought, because I felt that she had a personal conflict of interest. Because Tupperware is a direct sales company, Melissa felt that for her to build a network in another company would be entirely inappropriate. I admired her decision and decided, once again, to manage my sister's entire downline. I recruited her frontline leaders, trained them, and supported them, because Melissa just couldn't violate the trust Tupperware had placed in her. Once again, I fell unwittingly victim to this administrative role. Meanwhile, all my other organizations across the country were feeling the frustration of seldom reaching me because I was so vitally focused on managing my own family's groups. To make a long story short, when I went back to my own home in Aspen, Colorado, I had successfully wasted over 8 months building my executive downlines for both my father and sister. Within a year, both relatives had quit, and virtually everyone in both of their organizations had either quit or become wholesale buyers of the product. I had wasted so much time, and worse, by loving them too much, had unwittingly stripped them of their leadership roles. Fortunately, Dad had managed to recruit a couple of my old high school and college buddies, Gary Turner and Jim Grundy. Over the years, they did quite well, but in the end, both opted to pursue other avenues, and today we earn not one penny from the efforts of extensively working with relatives. Taking on the position of caretaker to my group served to lower my income, spoil both my father's and sister's chances to succeed, and throw me off track for nearly a year. The truth is, I should have spent only 1 week in each city training Dad and Melissa. Then they might have both been prepared to build their groups. If you find yourself alone in network marketing, with none of your family members supporting you, there are better ways to transform them than trying to coerce them into the business, and then doing it all for them. If we want to change others, we begin by changing ourselves, and alterations in their behavior will naturally follow. The truth is that we are empowered far less by heredity, luck, and circumstances than by our vision of what we believe is truly possible for ourselves. Jimmy Cossert of Renton, Washington, is one of the legendary big money earners in the networking industry. But it took an early morning self-evaluation to break an inherited cycle that had predominated in his family for over a century. He explained it to us in this way. It was near the end of my first year in MLM that I chose, early one morning at 5 o'clock a.m., to break the cycle of poverty that had been in my family for generations. Everyone I recruited had quit. Everyone. Everyone I loved had told me no. I had no money coming in, no chance to return to a downward spiraling real estate market with any hope of financial recovery, no experience in other fields, no college education, and no will to persevere. My great-grandfather had been poor and uneducated, as had my grandfather, my father, and now me. Poverty, I thought, just ran in the family. My wife and children slept silently, and as I sat contemplating these people I so loved, and our uncertain future, a blinding flash hit me. Everyone in my past, perhaps at one time or another, had probably lamented the rotten hand they'd been dealt. But unlike them, I had one ace in the hole. Unlike my ancestors, I was now privileged to be in a great company, where people were actually earning unlimited income. None of my forefathers had ever been given that option. I, Jimmy Cossert, had been chosen to lead the charge out of generations of servitude and mediocrity for an entire ancestry who, before me, were never so privileged as to be able to restore dignity to our family tree. As I tiptoed to the bedsides of my 1- and 3-year-olds, I silently affirmed, I will do for you what my great-grandfather would have done given the same opportunity. I will finish this race, and I will win. From that moment on, I set out to break the cycle of poverty. I know my predecessors might have done so themselves, had they been blessed with an unlimited income opportunity. My wealth now stands as a testament to a great-grandfather who persevered in everything he did in a generation which offered no possibility for wealth and time freedom for poor, uneducated people. None of my kids will ever have to sit in the dark at 5 o'clock a.m. and feel depressed because they're impoverished. Thanks to network marketing, the cycle is now broken. The Messiah Complex. With both of us coming from theological backgrounds, we know what it's like to be victims of the Messiah complex, which is very similar to the management trap, but with more emphasis on saving people. Given our backgrounds, at one time or another, we wanted to save the entire world and every single person we sponsored. Each time we found a good person, especially one who appeared to need saving, we would end up dedicating much of our time managing that individual and his or her entire organization. But it doesn't work, as Rene and I both learned over and over. Here's the irony. Those frontline recruits who demand the least attention are usually the ones who become the most successful. For example, let's consider Dennis and David Clifton, brothers from Texas. At the time, Dennis was a student in the doctoral program at the University of Texas, and David was a detective with the Houston Police Department. After only about a month in the business, Mark recruited Dennis and taught him everything he knew, and Dennis then taught David what Mark had shared with him. Mark initially thought he had offended them somehow when their phone calls ceased to come daily, but he discovered that they didn't need him like they did in the very beginning. They had their serious prospects call him to confirm the authenticity of this business and to be closed, but otherwise they understood the simplicity of recruiting and training others, and they just did it. If there's one primary lesson we learned during our first few years in networking, it's that those recruits who need us the most usually succeed the least, and those who prosper self-sufficiently deserve all the credit. Mark recalls, "I remember it feeling like a real slap to my ego the first time Dennis Clifton went an entire month without calling for help. Yet when I awakened from my need-to-be-needed stupor, I was astounded to discover that the Clifton boys had passed me by. Only in MLM is it rewarding to have our downline members reach the very top level of our compensation plan before us." Kathy Dennison and Terry Hill needed no messiah either. In spite of the fact that neither had ever participated in MLM before, even as frontline distributors, they simply didn't need Mark to save them. Except for a few telephone calls their first month or two, and some help closing prospects in their first years, they became totally self-sufficient immediately. The new people who whined and moaned and complained were all out of the business in a few months. Those who have become millionaires did it primarily on their own. Mark gave them the support and the duplicable system Richard Call taught him, and they proceeded to successfully accomplish great things. They are all winners. The last thing a winner needs is a manager or a savior. Remember, if new recruits finish their training and go to work without calling you every day and asking you to do everything for them, don't be offended. Be joyous. In this business, everyone has the ability to do great things, but those who lean on their uplines for everything are usually the ones who fail the most rapidly. What makes our industry so much grander than traditional employment opportunities is the fact that we are compensated for our productivity. We aren't like some traditional corporations, such as TWA, who, at the time of this printing, haven't given their hardest-working employees a raise in 10 years, while their CEO allegedly continues to earn $3,000 a day. If new associates want to earn more than a particular leader above them, they just need to be more productive, i.e., find more frontline distributors and customers who will use and share the products. That's what we love most about our business. While we can never actually lose our downlines, unless we stop ordering products, our downline leaders can certainly pass us in earnings. And some of ours have, especially since 1992, when we chose to dedicate ourselves to enhancing this industry's image through positive articles and media reports, lectures to universities, clubs, and organizations, and books such as this. We haven't actively pursued frontline recruiting nearly to the extent we did our first few years because we've elected to use the freedom earned for other causes. Additionally, we are upline leaders to some very sizable international organizations, all of which expect us to be present in their cities at least once a year. We travel extensively in some 20 countries. From Tokyo to Dallas and Sydney to London, we love to spend time with our friends and associates throughout the world. And even now, while we conscientiously avoid sinking into the director's seat, we do nevertheless feel a definite desire to spend quality time in each leader's city. Due to our travel agenda, several key players in our downline, some who have been in the business half as long as us, have become more prosperous. Why? Because they kept on frontline recruiting. That's the primary way to increase income. Yet we still have a significant number of people who deserve to earn more but don't because they are bogged down in the management trap or caught up in the Messiah complex. To be frank, there have been times when people earning $1 million a month, far more than us, question our sanity for choosing to try to elevate the entire industry instead of becoming gazillionaires by continuing to frontline recruit globally. Our response to them is simple. Read Living with Passion by Peter Hirsch. We found our passion. We are irrevocably convinced that network marketing is the very best high-integrity economic system for global solutions to some very pressing problems in such places as third-world countries. And lest you not understand what we mean by pressing problems, we'll give you just one example. It has now been estimated that by the year 2000, some 40 million people worldwide will have died of AIDS, leaving behind some 5 million orphans, 90% of whom live in Africa and other third-world countries. As of this printing, not one agency has yet been created to deal with this problem. There are so many enormous global problems just waiting for us out there. Many network marketers earning millions each year have joined us in projects to make the world a better place. There are indeed things more pressing than becoming excessively wealthy, and we in MLM have the money and time freedom to make a difference. We aren't alone in being plagued with the Messiah complex. Joe Tonita is one idealistic network marketer who, like many, shares this phenomenon. The biggest challenge to me was figuring out who was really going to build a business once they showed an interest. To succeed, one must have belief before evidence. That is, they have to be able to picture themselves there and feel the emotions of it long before it actually happens. I didn't understand that initially, so I simply worked and managed others who were unable to see the end results, and then became quite frustrated when they quit. I wanted everyone to succeed, so I tended to spend too much energy and time helping in whatever manner I could. As a result, I found myself drained of energy and taking their failures personally. I overcame these challenges by learning how to facilitate visionary goal setting, but I'm still very selective about those with whom I choose to work. I realize that my success will be directly related to what I think about the most and where I direct my energy. It's unnecessary to fall into a management mode when what we truly need to do as a leader is provide a duplicable strategy for our new associates, then allow them to create their own success. Joe and Rick Tonita are networkers who are among the top sales leaders in their company in Canada, having now been nearly 20 years with only one company. It is our hope that many more network marketers will be able to say that with pride over the next 20 years. When you find yourself frustrated because your associates are not successful, teach them how to visualize the end result and direct most of your energy toward those who do. Just recruit a few and drive their lines deep. One common misconception in the network marketing industry has led people down into the administration pit. Certain leaders contend that the key to success in our industry is finding 4 or 5 good people, then driving their groups by focusing exclusively on supporting them until they are wealthy, then finding 5 more and doing the same thing. That is the absolute antithesis of what is required to succeed in our profession. The 3 magic words are, go wide fast. Recruit as many frontline distributors each month as you can until you are earning at least $10,000 a month consistently. Then you can relax a bit until you feel refreshed, only to run right back out there into the frontline recruiting trenches. Unfortunately, some well-meaning authors and leaders have done a horrible disservice to our profession by misleading new distributors into believing that success in our industry requires less effort than it really does. People who teach this philosophy do so innocently, because that's what they've been taught through their upline leaders, who learned to do this through books and tapes. The first 90 days of warm market prospecting are much more personal and support-intensive, since new distributors are focused on their friends and families. We will discuss this more in later chapters. But the truth is that you cannot hope to achieve a tremendous income, like those huge figures the legends in our industry earn, unless you play it as a numbers game, especially once you enter the cold market. Ron Wiggins, who left the shoe business after 11 years to join network marketing at the age of 27, said one of the most important things he learned in his first year is that success defies all logic, so quit trying to figure it out. Just do the numbers, and when prospecting large numbers of people, don't try to tell them everything you know. It's a matter of raising their curiosity, not satisfying it. He goes on, "I was doing so much of the wrong, eventually it just started to add up. From all the mistakes I made, I learned and now teach from experience to eliminate logic in your own mind and simply do what's been done by the experts and authorities of the industry, who have already made all the mistakes themselves. You've got to get rid of any personal perceptions you may have and try to accept from the beginning that it's going to be a lot of hard work on a very consistent basis." After a year of hard work, Ron had matched his previous income. Shortly thereafter, his wife, Chris, also left her job, and together, working full-time, they have become one of the top network distributor teams in Dallas. It took Ron and Chris 4.5 years to reach the very pinnacle of their company's compensation plan. Today, they earn a 5-figure monthly income. They have utilized their experience to become experts at training, and have learned to keep it simple so that their system can be easily duplicated. If network marketers were truly doing the numbers that it takes to succeed, no one would have time to fall into the entrapment of administration. Human nature looks for the line of least resistance, and clearly it is much easier to work with existing distributors than it is to face the daily rejection that occurs when recruiting new people. Because this is a business of duplication, your people will do what you do. If you manage your downline, so will they. If you spend most of your time prospecting and recruiting, so will they. The secret is not managing your organization. Rather, it's finding leaders who will, in turn, find other leaders. Generally, leaders must be found. They cannot be created. But many people have untapped leadership skills that do not manifest themselves until the timing is right. In order to find those leaders, you must keep prospecting and recruiting, realizing that new blood is the lifeblood of any network marketing organization. Recruiting is the only viable way to offset the inevitability of attrition. This is a numbers game that inevitably becomes a people business once distributors are sponsored into the business, often forging lifetime bonds. It would indeed be wonderful if we could all skip to the bank each month with checks for $10,000 after merely working with a handful of frontline leaders. It is human nature to want to believe that there is an easy way to achieve this goal. We warn you against leaders and authors who grossly and unfairly mislead people by projecting concepts that feel easy and effortless to everybody, yet don't work. Don't be taken in by those who teach management as a philosophy of success, because it is indeed the very cause of as much as 50% of the failures in our industry. Here's the scenario. A new associate is exposed unwittingly to this system, spends a few weeks talking 5 friends into signing up. Then the rest of his or her short career consists of attempting to drag those 5 people over the finish line. Then, the next thing you know, our network marketer is having weekly babysitting sessions in the living room of someone's home. Fortunately for Amway, 2 of their biggest leaders saw the folly of this philosophy early on. Because, as leaders, they command so much respect and loyalty from their downlines, they were able to immediately replace this concept with more realistic guidelines by replacing one best-selling book from their sales tool repertoire. We truly believe that one of the several reasons that Amway has continued to grow and become a multi-billion-dollar empire, while none of their competitors have done half as well, is the absence of widespread dissemination of this management philosophy. Their distributors don't try to manage everyone. They continue to place their emphasis on showing the plan, thereby adding new frontline distributors. It is the same with our own downline. Over the years, we have promoted Power Multi-Level Marketing, our book, and All You Can Do by A.L. Williams. Consequently, our most successful leaders continue to recruit large numbers of frontline distributors and teach their people to do the same. Babysitting the downline. Before we met, one of Rene's most promising groups was in Rochester, New York. It was a dynamic growing leg of her organization led by a couple, Gary and Lori, who were self-sufficient with all of the vision, the integrity, and the enthusiasm to succeed at network marketing. They sponsored a friend named Mike, who was their strongest catalyst. For nearly 2 years, everything went well. Rene traveled there twice a year to work with them, and the rest of the time she supported them with teleconference and speakerphone meetings. There were generally 200 to 300 people in attendance, and the number of emerging leaders was growing with each visit. It was the epitome of how a long-distance networking organization can succeed. Then, almost in a single week, it all changed. Mike, once the best recruiter in the whole group, had secretly slipped into a management mode. His group was sizable, and he felt it was time to devote his energy to overseeing their recruitment activities. Because of his strong personality, no one felt they could do anything as well as he did it. With Mike so readily available, his organization leaned on him for everything: presentations, hand-holding sessions, closings, sizzle sessions, product clinics, and pep talks on the phone. Depressed and discouraged, Mike phoned Gary, who suggested that he talk to Rene. The phone call went something like this. "Mike, you sound down. What's the problem?" Rene was concerned. "I don't know. It just isn't working anymore. I'm absolutely fed up with babysitting my group. Isn't there anyone out there who can just do it on their own?" "Mike, you're the best recruiter in the business. How many people have you sponsored this month?" There was a hesitation before he answered. "I'm too busy babysitting, and no matter how hard I work, my group isn't growing anymore. I don't get it." "You know the saying, new blood is the lifeblood of this business. Stop recruiting and your organization dies a slow death. You want it to come alive? Go back to what works and what you do best. Recruit." "I just can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. It looks like I'll be babysitting the rest of my life. Ask my wife, I'm not even good at babysitting my own kids. If I could just find a way to do this without babysitting." 1 month later, Mike found a new company, a wholesale buyers club. It was exactly what Mike was looking for: a deal with no inventory, no product information to learn, no training required, and no babysitting a downline. Just sponsor people, and when they order anything, the upline gets a cut. Or so he thought. He told everyone in Rochester about this great new company. Gary and Lori were horrified, but fearing that they would lose out, they also signed up in the new company, just in case. Nearly all the leaders followed Mike into this new deal, but only as a backup to our company, of course. Yet because of this distraction, many of Gary and Lori's downline lost focus. The last time Rene went to Rochester, Gary and Lori were out of the business, and the number of serious players had dwindled from a few hundred down to about 25. 6 months later, the Wholesale Buyers Club was out of business. When we stopped to analyze what happened, we realized it all started when Mike stopped recruiting and became discouraged with babysitting his group. This was the time to give extensive support to the Rochester group, a time for new leaders to emerge. Had Gary and Lori been able to stay focused themselves and not let Mike divert them and their entire organization, this group could have become one of our largest legs. If the clock of time could be rewound, Rene would love to have them all back. I built a close relationship, both upline and downline, to Gary and Lori, and I miss these friendships that were once a regular part of my life. But once an organization has fallen apart, it is far easier to give birth to new people than it is to try to revive the dead. Experience abroad. One of our most graphic examples of the management trap occurred when we opened a foreign market. We sponsored one couple, taught them everything we knew, and worked through them to build a dynasty in the new country. We developed a friendship and found that we shared many things in common, including similar life values. Prior to the official launch, we did weekly teleconference calls, which is both a legitimate and efficient way to build a new market prior to a company's opening. Through our mutual effort, and to our delight and surprise, we had more than 1,500 serious prospects attend our opening day celebration at a private location hosted by us. For us personally, it was the single largest launch of a foreign market in which we had ever participated. And yet, a year and a half later, Our frontline couple's income continued to drop below their first executive check. How was this possible after such an awesome beginning? Prior to the official launch, everything was kept to a simple system. No hotel meetings, just friends telling friends. No literature, not even products, because they weren't allowed to be sold yet. But almost immediately after the opening, the couple we sponsored stopped building their frontline and started managing their group. In fact, they spent the next 18 months creating sales tools and coaching those struggling on their frontline to buy as much product as they needed in order to meet monthly requirements for advancement. Although we translated our own materials for their use, they were convinced that their culture required something different, so they developed a new manual to replace ours. They developed slides for hotel meetings because they believed their compatriots would respond especially well to that kind of presentation. They worked with flip chart presenters and overhead projectors, and then, of course, wound up continually updating all those materials because their downline leaders were never quite satisfied. They traveled all over the country spending money they didn't have to speak at hotel meetings being held by their downline. While serving as administrators to their organization, they had no time left for such mundane activities as frontline recruiting. This couple sponsored 31 people their first month. They sponsored an additional 19 people over the next 4 months. But both of them working full-time sponsored only 6 new distributors over the next 15 months. In other words, they sponsored 50 people the first 5 months, and then, with so much time invested in managing their organization, averaged only 1 new associate every 2.5 months thereafter. This couple was far more achievement-oriented than materialistic, and therefore they were more interested in setting records and receiving recognition than in making money. Their goal was to be the first in their country to reach the maximum recognition level in our company. They achieved their goal, only temporarily, but their entrance into the management trap ruined what should have been our greatest income-producing leg. The couple quit in frustration. To this day, they blame it all on the compensation plan, the product pricing, and the failure of the industry in that country. They worked as hard as any 2 people have ever worked in network marketing. But it wasn't the cost of merchandise that led to their failure, nor was it the company's remuneration method or the inadequacy of network marketing in that part of the world. It was caretaking their organization, combined with their futile need to be first, that brought them down. Their downfall began their 5th month in the business when they stopped recruiting frontline. The good news is that this is not the end of the story. 2 other top leaders followed them out of the business. But at the request of some of the emerging leaders in this group, we are continuing to work with them. They have learned the hard way this lesson of trying to watchdog their groups and have gone back to basics, building a small customer base, prospecting, going wide on their front lines, working a simple, easily duplicated system out of their homes. We believe in this group and in its leadership, and are convinced that this time they are on track to set both economic and industry records in their country. It's crucial to learn from other people's mistakes, so pay close attention to this story. If you stop building your front line before you have a solid income, you will fail in this business. No one can succeed by sponsoring only 1 new distributor every 2.5 months. And even worse, by your example, you will teach your people to do the same. Full-time network marketers recruit for a minimum of 2 to 3 years before they can slow down. For part-timers, it takes longer than that. Set your sights on the goal, strive consistently to meet the steps outlined in your business plan, and don't look for excuses. Whatever it takes, just do it. The Piano Story. We have a story we like to share with people early in their careers. It's a great illustration that may help you in training and supporting your own organization. Imagine an audience of 500 people seated before a stage with a grand piano. Suddenly, out walks a person who has never had even 1 lesson and knows nothing about music. After the applause dissipates, he very aggressively begins to bang out horrible combinations of sounds that literally hurt one's ears. At first, the audience glances around the room in utter shock and disbelief. Following a full 10 minutes of pathetic piano beating, the audience begins to boo and hiss. Within a couple of minutes, their boos drown out the performer, who calmly stands, bows, and walks off. As the hacker exits, a pianist with 30 years' experience enters from the other side of the stage. He methodically and flawlessly plays a beautiful Mozart concerto. When he's finished, the crowd leaps to its feet and gives him a thunderous ovation as he bows 2 or 3 times, then exits the stage. In the dressing room, the expert pianist notices that the first performer is gently humming to himself and adjusting his tie before leaving. Although the expert pianist is somewhat embarrassed to bring up the subject, his curiosity finally gets the best of him. He smiles in the mirror at the first performer and asks a question. "Forgive me for intruding, but I notice you aren't particularly offended by what just happened out there. I have to ask you, what's it like to be booed off a stage? I mean, isn't it horribly degrading?" The gentleman turns around so that he is facing the pianist, and with all seriousness responds, "Oh no, I didn't take it personally. It was the piano." Perhaps one of the most interesting elements of human nature is our tendency, and to a greater or lesser degree we all possess it, to place blame elsewhere. The truth is, while many people criticize our industry after they fail, it's not the fault of the industry. As in the preceding story, a poor musician can't legitimately blame the piano for his lack of talent. You may want to remember this story and share it with new distributors. The buy-in. Of all the possible fiascos stemming from the management trap, buying in for your downline or teaching them to do this for their distributors is the worst. Marketers who get caught spending more time managing than recruiting often get snared into this trap, which has serious legal consequences. And when law enforcement goes after a buy-in pyramid deal, we all look bad by association. Success in network marketing results from the creation of real volume as opposed to promotional volume. Real volume is produced from orders of satisfied customers and distributors who use and love the products or services, ordering them month after month, thus creating long-term stable sales volume in that organization. It is the most important type of volume because it represents money spent by bona fide customers for items that their families consume and then reorder. Promotional volume results from multiple product packages that are ordered by distributors who may be attempting to buy their way to the next level, or intend to use these packages to get their new distributors started in the business. Buying in will always backfire with distributors who simply cannot afford it and have no legitimate outlet for moving the products. When new associates join your organization and have definite prospects to whom they know they can sell their starter packages, promotional volume can be a valuable tool for creating the often needed initial volume swell to get distributors through qualification requirements. But first-year networkers often get confused by this sudden spurt of success and start thinking that they have created a solid flow of volume throughout their organization. Promotional volume does not result in a stable organization. Both types of volume serve their purpose in network marketing, but the majority of new distributors will benefit from being introduced to a low-cost product starter package consisting of products, training, or services they will personally use, which is the essence of starting people in our business. Some people caught up in supervising their groups who are simultaneously working toward promotions and higher rankings within their companies will often purchase unneeded products and then teach their personally sponsored frontline distributors to do the same thing in order to meet requirements for advancement. However, if distributors are doing this business right, they will be recruiting enough new people each month in order to advance through the ranks properly. But if they start attempting to manage a small group of marketers, they may find at the end of the month that their sales volume requirements are not adequate. So they simply call in an order for products they don't really need or intend to sell in order to meet promotion requirements, hence the name promotional volume. Front-end loading is forbidden by state and federal regulators who believe that such activities are pyramid-like in nature. We agree. In fact, we have a term for this kind of activity: garage qualifying. We sometimes wonder how many American garages are crammed to overflowing with non-run pantyhose, 3D cameras, home insulation, videos, and other non-consumable products. If all of America's garage products were put together for one big flea market, we're sure it would stretch from Missouri to Maine. Don't ever allow yourself to be duped into believing that you can buy your way to the top of a company. You can't. And if for any reason your company's compensation plan is set up to reward those who buy in, it's just a matter of time before some Attorney General or Federal Trade Commission representative slams the regulatory cease and desist order on the company. The process of buying in never leads to long-term success. It only serves to bridge the gap between levels in a compensation plan. We do not know any distributors earning big money who bought their way to the top. But we know many who have garages full of products. Of course, if the leader is seen buying in, the troops will all do the same. In a short time, you've got a bunch of people with garages full of dust-gathering products, and then it's just a matter of time until they become disgusted and quit. And when they do, rest assured they'll tell everyone who will listen what a horrible scam this industry is. Many of the better companies have implemented product return policies of up to 90%, which precludes people from being burdened with so many products. It can be a rude awakening for a buy-in leader when his check arrives and it's minimal because his company has charged back all returns from the very angry distributors whom he front-end loaded. Some network marketers, in their eagerness to get off to a fast start, simply don't understand this philosophy and will make the mistake of skipping over the critical step of creating real volume in their organizations. It is vital that all new distributors begin with a solid commitment to use as much product as possible, share the product personally, especially among close family and friends, and teach everyone in their organization to do the same. As simplistic as this may seem, it must be done before beginning the more dramatic and gratifying process of creating large recruiting volume through your power players and teaching them to duplicate the process. It is the balance of both types of volume, promotional, to propel you into success in the early days, and real, to stabilize your volume and provide ongoing residual income that results in the long-term success we all desire. Promotional volume is extremely valuable, but your business can survive without it. However, failure to create real volume can lead to the eventual stagnation and collapse of your organization. Just give me your list and I'll do all the work. In early 1990, Mark recruited a man whose father-in-law owned the largest citrus company in the South and had access to the most prestigious office address in Florida. Their boardroom on the 55th floor overlooked the ocean and had seating for 300. We'll call these distributors by the names of Jeff and Mary. Jeff and Mary had a Rolodex of over 5,000 people, many of whom were small business owners and most of whom were entrepreneurs. Although Jeff and Mary had thousands of people to prospect, they fell victim to running an adult daycare center to which anyone in their organization could send prospects. Mark didn't fully understand the whole problem until it was too late. All he saw were the numbers, and their volumes looked great. Unfortunately, Jeff and Mary began managing their organization prematurely, and the group decreased in size from 3,000 to 500 people. Here's what went wrong. Never tell people that all they've got to do is sign up, give you a list of potential distributors, and then you'll do the rest. It doesn't work. Jeff signed up 10 people on his front line, then immediately told these men and women, some of Miami's real movers and shakers, to start sending prospects to his weekly meetings conducted exclusively on the top floor of their corporate building. He explained that he and Mary had the time to do the meetings and train the distributors, and that his people would merely need a wheelbarrow to take to their mailbox each day in order to carry all the money. For 2 months, everything went fine. Every one of the noon meetings on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays were filled with curious prospects sent by bosses or close, wealthy friends to investigate this business opportunity. By the middle of the second month, Mary also had to launch Monday and Thursday meetings, and by the end of the next month, those too were filled. Many prospects were signing up, and their weekly volumes, in starter kits alone, were going through the ceiling. But everything changed the Monday that they announced that people were going to have to start doing their own presentations at their own homes in order to take care of the spillover. Just imagine the chaos. To begin with, Jeff had trained no one to do anything except send him leads, and none of the frontline people who had signed up under his 10 personally sponsored folks had been trained to do anything but send in their prospects. Simply put, in month 3, Jeff and Mary were so caught up in the muck and mire of the management trap that they couldn't move in any direction. Some new distributors were saying they'd been misled and demanded their money back. Some were angry that they hadn't yet met qualification requirements. After all, they'd been sending Jeff and Mary leads for 80 days. Where was this $15,000 a month they'd heard about? One small group revolted and went to another office complex to begin their own meetings, but no one wanted to go there or send their people because the leader wasn't as good a speaker as Jeff, and they complained that the office wasn't as attractive. 2 couples got together and hired an attorney on a contingency basis and filed a misrepresentation/fraud case against Jeff, who then had to spend countless hours preparing for depositions. Mary and Jeff, without Mark's presence in Florida to supervise what they were doing wrong, purposefully hid from him the system they were using. They knew he deplored big recruiting meetings, that he spoke against offices, that he taught everyone to avoid babysitting distributors at all costs. They fully understood his go wide fast advice, putting as many people on one's front line as possible until wealth had been achieved. Yet they fell victim to the management trap. Had Mark been in Florida instead of Austin, Texas, he might have been able to steer them right. Or, had they been honest about their methods, he could have salvaged the situation. All he heard about were the many great people they were recruiting and all the great volumes being achieved. By the time he discovered the truth, it was too late, for they had both mentally and emotionally burned out. Within 5 months of the day that Mark sponsored Jeff and Mary, they were selling everything but their clothes and leaving town humiliated. Mary's father had virtually disowned the 2 of them for embarrassing an old-money family in the Deep South, where image is everything. And we can tell you unequivocally that with their talent and with all the names in their Rolodex of reputable entrepreneurs whom they knew on a first-name basis, all they had to do to succeed was teach the big hitters to begin with their 25 prime contacts, do in-homes, and go wide fast. Those 3 magic words are synonymous with building your front line, not your depth, as quickly as you can. The depth takes care of itself, with sufficient numbers and width. Jeff and Mary needed to do only 2 simple things in order to avoid their problems and ultimately become successful. First, look for close friends who were entrepreneurial types, ready for change and fed up with stress, and then show them by example the wonderful simplicity of in-home recruiting meetings. Second, do the first couple of meetings for each new distributor, then cut the cord, thus enabling their distributors to become leaders themselves. Ours is a business of leaders building their front lines and teaching their people to do the same. Those with leadership ability will seek out other top leaders to mentor them and give them help in closing serious prospects. It is in this way that genuine support is given. Rather than working your new associates list, teach your distributors how to work their own. They can come to you for support, that is, assistance in closing, after their prospects have been shown the presentation. How do you support a large group, you may ask? By teaching them 3 words. You call me. And when those calls come, be there for them. Be there to render moral support, coaching assistance, help in closing prospects. But don't do for them what they must do for themselves. They must prospect, recruit, and train their own frontline associates. Quit or take it to the moon. The truth is that success in our industry does not result from extensive management. Success comes from a person with leadership skills having the vision, enthusiasm, and willingness to recruit other frontline leaders who, in turn, use and share the products or services. Then simply teach them to duplicate the process. Larry Pepe was a new networker who experienced a series of nightmares starting up his business. His sponsor quit almost immediately. His upline executive tried to talk him out of going forward on the accelerated program. Of his first 23 distributors, 22 quit, and of his first 3 in qualification, all failed. One of his gold stars was arrested 1 month before becoming his first executive. Another turned out to be a con man who was being sued for fraud, and a heavy hitter from Australia was diagnosed with terminal cancer. All of this in the first 3 months of Larry's new network marketing business. Then came the crowning blow. The upline leader who had supported him called to say she would not be available for a while because of personal problems that she needed to resolve. Larry remembered sitting on the edge of his bed after hanging up the phone, staring blankly into space, thinking, God is testing me. This is it. I either quit or become a leader right now and take this thing to the moon. A few minutes later, his mother called and said, for the life of her, she couldn't understand why a talented young attorney with a master's degree in clinical psychology, who owned a successful business, would give all of that up to be a vitamin salesman. Larry is convinced that all of those experiences, especially being left on his own, which forced him to become a leader to his organization, were the best things that ever happened to him in business. He went to work frontline recruiting and refused to slow down until he achieved his first goal. Today, he and his upline leader work closely together, and she fondly refers to him as Hercules. And the best part, says Larry, is, my mom doesn't think of me as a vitamin salesman anymore. Thank God for small miracles. This story teaches us that we need not be managers, and demonstrates that people who have the will to succeed will succeed, regardless of the circumstances. Summary. Managing an organization is a time-wasting practice that does for others what they should be doing for themselves, thereby creating codependency. Supporting the members of your group means being there for them when they call to ask for guidance, moral support, or request that you talk to one of their serious prospects. Managing organizations for our families and friends often causes the very people we love most to fail. Practicing a management mode is counterproductive for both those being managed and those doing the managing. We are empowered far less by heredity, luck, and circumstances than by our vision of what we believe is truly possible for ourselves. Don't be offended. Be joyous when new recruits finish their training and go to work without calling you every day and asking you to do everything for them. In this business, everyone has the ability to do great things, but those who lean on their uplines for every single thing are usually the ones who fail. What makes our industry so much grander than traditional employment opportunities is the fact that we are compensated ethically and generously for our productivity. If new associates want to earn more than the leader above them, they just need to be more productive, i.e., recruit more active frontline distributors and customers than do their uplines. If you become frustrated because your associates are not successful, teach them to visualize the end result and direct most of your energy toward those who do. Because this is a business of duplication, your people will do what you do. If you manage your downline, so will they. If you spend most of your time prospecting and recruiting, so will they. Babysitting a downline is not an effective way to build a business. The key to successfully building a large, dynamic organization is to steadily continue to prospect and recruit, creating a wide front line. Don't make the mistake that results in nearly 50% of the failures in our industry, building your front line for the first few months, then stopping to manage your people. Merely overseeing the activities of your organization is not leading them, but rather misleading them into rearranging their deck chairs on the Titanic. Set your sights on the goal. Consistently meet the steps outlined in your business plan, and don't make excuses. Whatever it takes, just do it. Of all the possible fiascos stemming from the administration of your organization, buying in for your downline or teaching them to do this for their distributors is the worst. Promotional volume, that is, money spent on products, samples, and multiple kits, is initially a means of helping distributors meet volume requirements for qualification. Real volume, that is, products or services ordered for regular monthly usage by satisfied customers and distributors, is what ultimately creates passive residual income, and is the essence of what makes network marketing a viable, ongoing business. Your business can survive without promotional volume, but failure to create real volume by not acquiring legitimate customers or not using all your own products can lead to the collapse of your entire organization. Network marketing is a business of distributors building their own front lines and teaching their people to duplicate that process. If each network marketer builds his own front line, following the advice, "Go wide fast," the depth will take care of itself, and the cream will always rise to the top. Support a large organization by teaching them 3 words: "You call me." Be there for your downline to render moral support, coaching, and assistance in closing their prospects, but don't try to do for them what they must do for themselves. Success comes to people with leadership skills, a sound vision, enthusiasm, and the willingness to put forth the effort to build an organization and find others who will do the same. Chapter 3. Dodging the Depression Torpedo. Maintain enthusiasm in spite of the inevitable setbacks. Although this business is 90% fun after the learning curve months, the depression torpedo is among the more difficult challenges facing new and seasoned network marketers alike. Of necessity, successful recruiters must be enthusiastic, sincere, articulate, and believable. A depressed person cannot survive in this industry. Thus, we need to prepare our newest associates by warning them of the most common causes of depression, beginning with an open admission of our own personal struggles with this formidable adversary. As previously mentioned, one of our all-time best-selling sales tools is an audio tape entitled, "If NLM is so great, why am I depressed?" There are probably several reasons for its popularity. Obviously, it's one of those titles that grabs people, and the content was quite humorous as we presented anecdotes from our first years in the business. But the primary reason it was so well received is because everyone can relate to it. In this chapter, we will discuss depression using the image of the depression torpedo, so named because it seems to come out of nowhere, and after it hits, can sink a person rapidly. One prerequisite for success in network marketing, often not as critical in traditional business, is the appearance of being emotionally charged. Every weekday, millions of people climb into their cars in a state of semi-depression and fight traffic on their way to jobs and professions which, simply put, do not require emotional energy. Some people are computer experts who are involved in data entry. The computer doesn't care if they're depressed, and since their supervisor is often more despondent, there's no need to be overflowing with joy. In fact, we could probably list hundreds of examples of boring, routine jobs that require nothing more than one's semi-conscious attention. Remember the saying, "Oh, I can do this in my sleep." In the world of traditional business, that's not just a saying. Success in network marketing, however, depends on one factor perhaps more than any other, a positive, uplifting personality and demonstrable enthusiasm and exuberance. Network marketers cannot effectively convince people to change careers, or for that matter participate in a new part-time opportunity, unless they appear to enjoy what they're doing. Indeed, no one should ever go into the community or pick up the telephone for the purpose of recruiting prospects or selling services or products, unless he or she is in a positive frame of mind. Causes of MLM depression. When friends decline the offer to come to a distributor's home for a business presentation, or worse, stand us up after accepting the invitation, it's a bit depressing. Each time a valued associate goes AWOL by slipping into apathy, changing companies, or quitting MLM altogether, we can become depressed. The more we dwell on such things, the more depressed we become. And yet we all know that attrition is going to happen. Over time, attrition can account for as much as a 75% dropout rate as we move through the ups and downs of building our business. It is a fundamental reality in MLM, and one from which we will never be exempt. After years of experience and success in network marketing, Ron Wiggins has developed a philosophical attitude about attrition. The sooner someone quits who isn't serious about the business, the sooner he knows with whom he need not waste a lot of time. Unless people are blatantly doing everything wrong, Ron's advice is to let people do what they want to do with their business and not what you want them to do. There's a place for any and all levels of participation in this business. He's right. Since we know that attrition is the wrong thing on which to concentrate, we need to focus on the positive numbers instead. The more people we have active in our business, the more successful we will be. A well-balanced organization will be made up of a large body of wholesale buyers, many retailing distributors, some part-time business builders, and a few full-time gung-ho recruiting maniacs. So, Ron concludes, work with the leaders and do whatever it takes to protect your mindset. You must stay focused for this business to work. We will discuss this point in more detail in Chapter 6, Fending Off the Scatterbomb. Whether you are prospecting and receiving a series of rejections, whether you are setting up appointments and getting no-shows, or whether you are recruiting and watching people drop like flies before they've even scheduled a personal training session, remember, that's all inevitable. Nothing is wrong with you or your business. You are no different than the waitress offering people coffee in a coffee shop. Some people just don't care for any. You are merely sifting for those for whom the time is right. Depression results not from attrition or even rejection. Depression ensues from dwelling on those factors and taking them personally. Learn to be as philosophical as Ron Wiggins about the disappointments. All right, I just got 9 no's today. I'm that much closer to a yes. Or, thank God John quit before I invested any more time in him. Attrition happens. People lose their initial enthusiasm. Some people are not coachable. So move on and start working with the new people who are coming on board. And if you don't have any new enthusiastic associates, go find some. If you spend too much time trying to boost up people who don't want to be in this business, it will drag you down. And the deeper you sink, the more vulnerable you become to the depression torpedo. It is much more energizing to look for new people who are excited, interested, and willing to learn. When you're down, go upline. We have an age-old adage in our industry. If you are up, go down, and if you are down, go up. Each of us has upline leaders who are, theoretically, more experienced than we, and who have a vested interest in our success. We should turn to them when we are feeling concern, anxiety, or depression. Hence, when down, go up. David Dryden from Dallas, Texas, learned this lesson just in the nick of time. About 2 years ago, my wife Terry and I were looking for a way to bring her home from corporate America so that we could raise our kids instead of some daycare doing it for us. I decided to work harder and start my own business, but it wasn't working out. One day my wife came home after being prospected by a young man named Al Hewitt. After sitting in a meeting with my arms crossed and my mind closed, I gave her the okay to do the business, as if she needed my permission. Before I knew what was going on, we had products all over our home, and a house full of people curious to see what we were doing. Without realizing it, I was hooked on the business, that is, until I met my first and biggest adversary, no-shows of people whom we considered good friends, folks who had promised to come to our meeting. I was so discouraged I was ready to quit. But I had thankfully heard the adage, "When we are down, go up." So I decided to call and introduce myself to my upline. I left messages for almost all of them, not fully convinced I'd receive any calls back. Then one day something happened to change my life. I had finally had it. Too many no-shows, too many no's, too many late nights without success happening as fast as I thought it should. I was going to take my wife to lunch. She was still working at that time, and tell her that this was her business, her idea, and that I would support her, but she was going to have to do it without my direct involvement. I was walking out the door when the telephone rang, and I almost let it go for the answering machine to pick up. Something told me to answer. On the line was a strangely familiar voice with this outrageous Texas twang, asking if David Dryden was in. The call was from Mark Yarnell, who was actually returning my call. We very casually discussed the business and the successes possible, but I never mentioned my immediate plans to quit. His last comments were focused on perseverance and how many people similar to me had hung in there and how successful they were now just because they didn't quit. Well, this obviously changed my plans for our lunch conversation, and it goes without saying that Terry and I are still working our way toward our goals. Thanks to upline support from Al Hewitt all the way up to Mark Yarnell, we now know that we will achieve our dreams. David added as a postscript that it took him nearly 2 years to figure out why he didn't quit back then. It was only while writing out this story from his heart late one night that he completely understood why he is still in this business, and how it changed from his wife's way out of the corporate world to their shared dream. We must always remember to return calls to our downline. A simple 5-minute conversation can often be the only thing necessary to protect them from vulnerability to the depression torpedo. Upline support can make or break a new networker's early months in this business. Vera Holub of San Diego, California, has relied heavily on her upline and, in turn, tried to emulate them in working with her downline. As she explains, "I grew up in the cotton fields of South Texas in a tin-roofed shack with no running water or electricity. I lost my only brother to suicide at age 33. I worked my way through junior college in a kitchen cabinet factory and finished my BS degree in dental hygiene. I achieved the American dream/nightmare by busting my chops, working with a bunch of neurotic dentists for $50,000 a year. Finally, I realized there had to be a better way. That day in 1988, when I saw Mark Yarnell's video explaining network marketing, I knew my prayers had been answered, and that I would do this business for the rest of my life. Quitting was never an option. Today, I have a life about which many people only dream, and I am able to take care of my aging mother, who was responsible for giving me the dream to rise above our early situation. I've taken some time to enjoy life and touch other people's lives while building my business. I am so grateful to Mark Yarnell and Kathy Dennison as my upline coaches, and for their having turned me on to this marvelous industry." Never convey a down attitude to your downline. The last thing we want to do is negatively impact our downline organization by taking our negativity down. Thus, when you are up emotionally, that's the best time to talk with your downline. This industry is so much fun that you may find yourself seldom negative. But don't ever share your negativity with anyone in your downline, or you could poison a huge percentage of your entire group. You see, it's quite devastating, especially to a new distributor, to discover that their leaders are down emotionally. If you have ever played the game of gossip as a child, you remember how, once in a circle with your friends, one individual would whisper a quick story to the person sitting next to her. Then, after being repeated by each person, it would reach the original storyteller, often distorted completely beyond recognition. If you've never played that game, let me assure you, by the time a simple story has gone through a mere 5 or 6 individuals, that story can become dramatically distorted. And that's just 5 retellings. In networking, a simple story can be told, on the telephone or in person, as many as 5,000 or 6,000 times over a period of a week or less. Can you even begin to imagine the distortions that inevitably occur? If not, here's a graphic example. Mark describes a situation that happened to him in his first 6 months. Even though my group was naturally smaller in this early stage, I discovered the dramatic impact that can occur by a leader talking to downline members when he is down himself. I was angry when a pro football player on my third level decided to quit in his second month of our business. It troubled me for 2 reasons. First, I had invested numerous hours in personally training him. After all, how often does a simple country boy from the Boston Mountains of northern Arkansas get a chance to coach an NFL star? Second, everyone knew him, and I was in ego heaven each time I told anyone, especially my close friends and family members back in Missouri, that I was spending quality time coaching my great friend and associate, Mr. NFL. So when he quit and took 5 of his best friends with him into the old USA Vitamin deal, I was depressed and angry. I made the mistake of mentioning to a new frontline leader what he'd done and why I was so angered by his actions. 2 weeks later, by the time I'd all but forgotten Mr. NFL, I received a disturbing message on my answering machine from a tearful downline member of another completely separate organization. This lady was not even in my own downline. I didn't know her, had not talked to her before, and have not spoken to her since this incident. She didn't tell me what was disturbing her, but merely suggested that I call her immediately so I could help her make an important decision. As best I can recall, and it's going to be reasonably accurate because it was such an emotionally charged 30-minute conversation, here's how the dialogue played out. Following the 2 minutes of ice-breaking small talk, she began her story in a depressed and, at one point, sobbing manner.
Mr. Yarnell, I can't blame you for leaving the company and bettering your finances, if that was your problem. Your family deserves prosperity, especially considering the amount of effort you've put into network marketing. But what upsets me is that, from what your upline has told us, you were making a ton of money. It shakes my confidence that you would believe that, at your age, playing professional football in the NFL could be as lucrative and long-term as the passive residual income from this business. My husband thinks you're gutsy to go for it, but I can't for the life of me.
I cut her off. I was shocked, literally shocked beyond comprehension. What did you just say, Sally?
I said my husband thinks you're gutsy.
No, I interjected. Before that, something about joining the NFL? Are you kidding? I mean, I'm 36 years old and never even played college ball. There was dead silence, though I could hear her clear her throat. Then she softly asked,
You mean you didn't try out for the 49ers last month? You didn't really trade in MLM for NFL?
I must confess it was the most comical distortion of facts I'd ever heard. When I assured her of this impossibility, I could hear her let out an audible sigh. She was so relieved to find out that I was not getting out of the business. I'll run off any mountain or glacier in the world with a paraglider, the open parachute form of hang gliding, but that's a sissy sport compared to pro ball of any kind. If I were hit just once by a mediocre NFL tackle, I truly believe I'd be lucky to live through it. I'd tremble at the thought of being hit by a guy like Steve Bach, a former NFLer from Portland. So I decided that this misconstrued rumor was so absurd that I needed to track it back to see if I could find its source. I never could, but it does remain the most preposterous scuttlebutt about me I've ever heard. Here's the point. Mention anything even slightly negative to your downline, and you'll likely wind up on the wrong end of a highly perverted untruth. From being slightly angered by an NFL star leaving my organization, to being so fed up with MLM that I had joined an NFL team in order to play professional football as a 36-year-old, 5'10", 155-pound guy, is a stretch. This illustration is sufficient all by itself to give you good reason to avoid sharing angry complaints with your downline. The rumors will come back to haunt you, and, at the very least, the fact that their upline is depressed will cause your downline to question the business. A case for optimism. The underlying embarrassment some professionals feel after joining network marketing and the negative reactions of their peers are two causes of depression, though they aren't easily admitted. We need to especially prepare former physicians, lawyers, accountants, and other professionals for the internal conflict they nearly always experience during their transition to MLM. In their previous life, no matter how underpaid or overworked, they were seen as somebody important with a title and an office. Now they are starting over at the bottom rung of the ladder as lowly network marketers. To even consider taking on this challenge, such professionals often suffer the anguish of feeling that, in order to go forward with this new business undertaking, they must sacrifice their very identity. In order for professionals to be successful in network marketing, they must be willing to use their reputations and credibility toward building their business. By hiding behind the pretense that it's their spouse's business or that it is just an insignificant little side business, they will set themselves up for failure by subtly denying their commitment to their warm market. It is the responsibility of serious players in network marketing to provide such professionals with a real vision of why MLM is a remarkable industry, and how many people they will help avoid the rat race, and perhaps even stress-induced coronaries. Without an optimistic outlook, people are doomed to failure in this business. One of the greatest books Mark ever encountered as a minister was entitled A Case for Optimism by James Dillett Freeman. Mr. Freeman is a poet, minister, and scholar from Lee's Summit, Missouri, who devoted a significant part of his adult life to a prayer ministry called Silent Unity. As a part of the worldwide unity movement, Silent Unity receives thousands of prayer requests each day by telephone and mail, and has a vigil of quiet prayers 24 hours a day for those who request them. Who better than a man devoted to prayer and meditation to write a book on optimism about our often pessimistic species? Read any chapter and you will feel just a little bit better about yourself, your life, and your world. We've come to realize that in network marketing we have literally the greatest case for optimism in the history of free enterprise. We want to share a few of the reasons for stating this and encourage you to mark this place in the book. When one of our reasons for optimism is particularly relevant to you, underline it, then come back to it when it's necessary to lift your spirits. First, we have the only entrepreneurial home business with literally no downside risk. You see, most businesses require significant capital before you can even hang up a sign. Not network marketing. So we are, first of all, extremely pleased with the fact that anyone can get involved with us for the nominal price of a few products and sales aids, and even that is optional. Thus, in the competitive world of home businesses and franchises, we have no equals. Second, there is literally no ceiling, no limits on earnings. A lawyer can only bill so many hours in a day, and a doctor can only perform a handful of surgeries a day. Some great people working in traditional business haven't had a raise in 10 years. But in our case, we can create a raise for our family every day if we choose. Since we can recruit an unlimited number of people who each can do the same, we are ultimately paid on the efforts of hundreds of thousands of individuals. We can't speak for you or any other, but we can tell you this. We absolutely love the fact that it's possible to earn $1 million a month. There's just something appealing about life when you first catch the vision that, if you apply yourself, your grandchildren will be considered old money in your town. Third, and most exhilarating of all, in network marketing, time freedom is directly commensurate with wealth and prosperity. In our opinion, nothing in life equals the joy of spending quality time doing the things we most enjoy with the people we most love. In traditional professions, small businesses, sales, or corporate management, everyone is struggling through 80-hour weeks doing mundane, boring work in order to have, maybe, a Sunday afternoon with their family. Nothing is more precious than free time, and those of us who have achieved it are optimistic about an industry that offers this precious commodity to others, thereby improving the possibility of family values throughout the world. Fourth, there need not be any stress at all in MLM. According to a late 80s cover story in Georgia Trends magazine, the #1 trend in America is stress-induced coronary. And as the article suggests, it's no longer just a risk for men. Death from coronary disease has increased 100% among women since 1980. In network marketing, if you aren't having fun, you aren't doing it right. We've had a blast the last few years in spite of the fact that our business required large-scale recruiting and a lot of good old-fashioned rejection. So, like us, if you pay the price in the first few years, stress need no longer exist in your life. That brings us to our fifth reason for optimism, the 4-year plan. The 40-year plan is the best that folks can hope for in traditional businesses. So what's the 40-year plan, you ask? By age 25, most people have an idea of what profession they'll enter, anything from a fishing guide to a surgeon. But 40 years later, out of a typical 100 people, 5 are still working, 36 are dead, 54 are dead broke, or at least earning far less than when they were employed. 4 are well off, and 1 person is wealthy. Thus, the 40-year plan means that for 4 decades, most of us go back and forth from home to work, back and forth, like a silly, sick, caged lion. And yet, at the end of that time, only 1 out of 100 persons has something to show for it. In stark contrast is the 4-year plan. Work diligently for one MLM company for 4 years, build an income based on the honest movement of products or services, and you're set for life. Even more exciting, so are your heirs. Every person's MLM business is fully inheritable. If trading the 40-year plan for the 4-year plan doesn't get your heart pumping, you may need to be checked for Alzheimer's. It is said that recognition is our most sought-after reward in life. Babies cry for it, and grown men die for it. We are convinced that this adage is right, and no other business can hope to provide all the recognition we receive as leaders in the networking industry. The only times either of us have broken down and cried publicly in front of large audiences have been on 2 occasions when we were presented with recognition plaques from our downline. Such recognition awaits all those who become reasonably successful in network distribution. Nothing in life so pleases us as when other human beings, with tears of sincerity and joy, thank us for giving them the opportunity to make their lives work. Finally, the joys of travel and stimulating cultural experiences await everyone in this business. Work hard, succeed, and then fasten your seatbelt and be prepared to see the world and enjoy new adventures while cultivating international friendships. There is nothing we human beings detest more than boring routine work. In MLM, we have a ball traveling, learning about new cultures, visiting major museums, and sampling new and unique meals from entirely different worlds. Network marketing is an incredibly diverse and lucrative profession. So, as you can see, there are many reasons for optimism in network marketing, and we highly encourage you to periodically review this chapter and, in particular, these ideas, should the depression torpedo catch you unaware. To become involved in network distribution is to become one of the luckiest people in the world. Controlling our attitudes. Our attitudes are among the few possessions that are totally ours and can never be taken from us. Houses and cars come and go, but our values and attitudes are with us forever. It is only when we continually exercise control over our own attitudes that we can manage external circumstances. Real change comes first from the inside, and our behavior naturally follows. Without this personal realization, people often become depressed in their first year of networking. There's a natural tendency to feel personally rejected when a relative or close friend decides not to participate in your business, or to take it as a personal insult when someone whom you've spent hours supporting and training decides to quit the business for no obvious reason. More than likely, those events will occur, but it is up to you to determine how you react to them. No one can successfully perform the tasks necessary to succeed when he is depressed, especially in a business in which success results more often from attitude than ability. Many people fail simply because of their attitudes. And as we pointed out earlier, it is virtually impossible to convince people to change careers if you don't show them your enthusiasm and joy. We can't expect others to join us in business if it is obvious to them that we are less than satisfied. Always remember, enthusiasm is contagious. In our own recruiting, we freely express excitement and effervescence as key tools in convincing others to join our business. Our prospects can tell how excited we are, while many of them know their lives are boring and routine. We make certain at some point in our presentation to say, "In our business, if you aren't having fun, you're doing it wrong." Now for the practical advice. No more news. Never before in our long history as civilized beings have we had so many means of completely controlling our attitudes until now. We are convinced that the old adage, originally aimed at computers, can also be applied to people. Garbage in, garbage out. Because of our backgrounds in theology, both of us have participated in extensive counseling. Often we found that depression was the result of the garbage people allowed into their brains. One man who showed up for marital counseling explained how he'd lost the fire in his relationship. In fact, his whole life was becoming increasingly more depressing. As is so often the case, as Mark recalls the incident, a brief evaluation of this man's daily activities told the tale. Philip was a 40-year-old computer analyst for a major technology firm who explained his day as nothing out of the ordinary. "I get up each morning and sit at the breakfast table reading the newspaper. Because I'm in a carpool, I either pick up my two friends or they me for the 45-minute commute." I stopped him with a leading question. "Once you're in the car, what do you talk about?" I wondered for an important reason. "Oh, you know, the usual small talk," he replied. "But we really only spend a few minutes talking. Then we flip on the radio because one news station gives traffic reports every 10 minutes, which helps us strategize our commute. If there's a serious traffic problem ahead, we avoid it. And besides, during that time, those who aren't driving normally have business files to examine." It was just as I expected. Philip then proceeded to detail his mundane day. He and his co-workers had permission to listen to the radio at work. "That breaks some of the monotony," Philip explained. When he got home from work, he first read the paper while sipping a glass of wine. He had dinner with his two kids and wife, during which they all discussed their days. He spent less than 2 hours with any paperwork he brought home. Then he and his wife curled up in bed in time to see an A&E program entitled Law and Order, followed by the 10 o'clock news. He again emphasized that he led a reasonably good life, but nothing extraordinary. At the end of 45 minutes of reflective listening, I recommended that Philip go 6 months without reading one newspaper, watching one television show about crime or newscasts of any kind, and no radio news at all. 6 months without news. Following 2 more counseling sessions in which routine marriage counseling techniques were employed, Philip and Nancy never returned. We bumped into them 2 years later at a conference, and they both beamed. Their marriage had taken a positive turn, and Philip thanked me profusely. He made a point of mentioning that he really didn't know for certain what changed, but something had surely improved his life. "By the way," he said as he turned to walk away, "except for the weekend edition of USA Today, I don't mess with the news anymore. Not that that has helped a great deal." Wrong, Phil. The entire marriage turnaround could probably be traced right back to the elimination of those meaningless newscasts. If you are troubled by depression, read this next sentence 3 times. No more news. If Martians land anywhere in the world, you'll hear about it within 15 minutes from someone in your circle of friends. If a princess dies, you'll hear about it even if you're on a boat in the Caribbean. We did. Of all the absurdities in modern life, nothing creates as much depression and misery as news. We are bombarded each day of our lives with radio, television, computer, and print news. To truly understand the effect it has on us, consider the philosophy of the news media. Remember that they are in business to make money, and that to be profitable, they must be interesting. And consider the often quoted philosophy in the news industry. Good news is no news. They know that the American public lusts for the extraordinary. A murder is more fascinating than a man who donates $150,000 to charity. Donald Trump divorces Marla Maples, so naturally the tabloids cover every angle of the story. But last year, Trump gave $2 million to programs for New York's homeless, but we would have never known had a mutual friend not told us. We subscribed to The New Yorker because of the great stories, but no mention was made of Trump's altruism. Why? Because the public isn't interested in and will not buy good news. So what does that have to do with us? Plenty. When we sign up new frontline distributors, we give them one specific assignment prior to their one-on-one personal training, to which they are invited following the completion of these assignments. We'll cover them in depth in a later chapter, but suffice to say they are quite simple. 1. Define your goals. Visualize the end result. See yourself there, then commit your goals to writing. 2. Make a list of 2,000 warm market leads, people with whom you want to share the opportunity. Then prioritize your prime 25 family members and friends. 3. After personally using our products, find 10 customers who enjoy them as well. 4. For the sake of preserving your positive attitude, avoid any and all news for 6 months, except magazines which are 75% literature and 25% current event news. It's very easy to enforce the first 3, but not the last. However, a cursory evaluation of your distributor's attitude will reveal a great deal. If he's bouncy and sincerely exuberant, he's probably not watching the news. Create a positive environment from the inside out. We are irrevocably convinced that putting positive information into our brains is essential to success. We do that by reading uplifting books and articles, listening to inspiring tapes, and practicing daily affirmative communication with ourselves and others. Read books that motivate you and share them with others. Uplifting materials need to be spread like wildfire. Here are just a couple of our recommendations. First, make note of the telephone number for the American Youth Foundation, 314-772-8626. They distribute 2 of the most important, yet seldom read books that we encourage each new distributor to order and read. Both books were written by the late, great William H. Danforth, founder and former CEO of the Ralston Purina Company in St. Louis, Missouri. He was a wealthy, rags-to-riches entrepreneur who had a genuine interest in the personal development of men, women, and children of all ages. Although today very few people have heard of him, Mr. Danforth was a champion of human potential who wrote books with this timeless message. Any person, regardless of age, color, sex, or inexperience, can rise to the same levels of success as the most renowned entrepreneurs. Mr. Danforth challenges all adolescents to become the world's greatest in whichever field they choose. It is absolutely impossible to be discouraged after reading either of his books, Action and I Dare You. And you don't need to read them from beginning to end. You can start reading any place in the material and skip around. While they are targeted at young people about to embark on adulthood, they are critical for adults about to launch new entrepreneurial careers. Similarly, the story of A.L. Williams is about a relatively impoverished high school coach who had a dream. His dream was to create an unlimited opportunity in which ordinary people could rise to extraordinary heights. He founded a network marketing life insurance company comprised of former teachers and coaches that became so successful that in just their 7th year, they sold more term life insurance than New York Life, Metropolitan, and Prudential combined. Yet those companies were, at the time, over a century old. How? Simple. Mr. Williams did it through boosting people's self-confidence. We recommend you read his books, Pushing Up People and All You Can Do. Both books are remarkable, but pay special attention to his chapter in All You Can Do about having a cause and being a crusader. During many days when we were convinced that the difficulties of network marketing would defeat us, the words of A.L. Williams touched us and wiped out our depression. There are hundreds of inspirational and motivational audio tapes available today. Put one into your cassette player at every possible opportunity, during drive time or when doing menial work at home, for instance, to continually absorb positive messages. These tapes will assist you in achieving your full potential, expanding your belief in yourself, and achieving your highest goals. 50 to 60,000 thoughts a day go through each of our minds. 95% of them are about the past, and frequently it is the past that holds us back. Dwelling on negative events from the past that cannot be changed will only limit our possibilities. Do you know what happens when you play a country western song backwards? You get your dog back, your pickup back, your girlfriend back, and you're right back where you started. In order to move forward, we must spend more time, 1, recalling positive emotional experiences from the past, or 2, focusing on the future. The moment you feel yourself spiraling downward, play some music from your past that conjures up happy days. You can't help but feel good. Think about past situations that turned out perfectly. Just those thoughts give you warm feelings. Then take those feelings and emotions and inject them into the present moment. When a husband walks into his house and sees the girl he courted, rather than the wife with whom he now lives a routine life, he will behave differently. His loving actions toward her will often cause similar reactions from her. This example is just one way to use the past to change our emotional responses to the present. The depression torpedo may be looming out there, but we don't have to be struck by it. We are 100% in control of our own mindsets. When working on personal development, putting more energy into thinking about the future is equally effective. This takes effort and determination, because our natural tendency is to dwell in the past. Striving to visualize ourselves as we want to be is the first step toward change and growth. If we can't picture ourselves in a positive future, we may never get there. Too often, people limit their goals by what they know to be true at the moment, but breaking out of those boundaries allows what seemed impossible to become possible. Goal setting is simply the process of adapting to a new reality, beginning from the inside out. To gradually turn those dreams into reality, begin to visualize them long before they ever happen. Start saying to yourself, "It is possible," even though it isn't happening now. Think in the future tense and visualize goals as already accomplished. Allow yourself to feel as if your dreams were happening now. Successful people always concentrate on the end result, while others get stuck focusing on the process, the how. People with limited thinking ask, why? Those with unlimited thinking ask, why not? The skeptics among you may worry about setting unrealistic goals or an inability to make them happen. If you believe in the value of your goals, trust us, you'll find the resources to make them happen. Set big goals and then strive to meet them. Whatever you do, don't ever give up on your goals. Just change your attitudes. When the belief that we are locked into our present reality is stronger than our vision of what we really want, our growth becomes stifled. Think about what's coming in order to effect change. Use affirmations. An affirmation is a trigger tool, a statement of belief, written and repeated as if the goal were already an accomplished fact. Affirmations have the power to effect that outcome. Many prominent behavioral scientists have documented in several landmark studies the effectiveness of autogenics. We can now state to the most cynical, conservative pragmatists that self-talk, affirmations, visualization, and autogenic programming work. Prior to the release of Dr. Bandura's studies at Stanford and those of Dr. Charles Garfield at the Performance Sciences Institute at Berkeley, California, as well as the pioneering human potential research of Lou Tice at the Pacific Institute, we would lose some of our audience when we got into affirmations and autogenic commands. Now only those who have been living in a closet could doubt the effectiveness of visualization and daily affirmations. Today, we know that one of the best defenses against depression or any other form of mental anguish is the daily process of drafting and repeating positive statements about yourself. Write a few down on a slip of paper and keep them in your wallet or day timer, or on your bathroom mirror for daily recitation. Here are a few affirmations that seem to work for everyone, but we encourage you to write some of your own, related specifically to your wants and needs. Read them silently every morning when you wake up, and every night before the lights go out. After reading each one, visualize the written statement as if it is transpiring right now. Read the words, picture them happening, and feel the emotions that go with the vision. As the affirmations are gradually assimilated into your daily life, creativity, positive decision-making, and goal-setting become free-flowing events. I am powerful, knowing that I alone am accountable for the results of my decisions and actions. I enjoy every facet of life because I easily and enthusiastically create fun, joy, and adventure. I feel supported working with a team of positive people who share my values. People listen to me when I talk because I have something of value to say. I clearly communicate my business vision to others in such a way that they are inspired to join me and become a part of it. Because of my high self-esteem, I feel enormous satisfaction reaching my goals. I value myself as a person, and I know that I am worth at least $50,000 a month and more. I am proud to be building an MLM dynasty as I recruit dozens of excited people who rapidly duplicate my success. What you'll notice about this exercise is this. As you visualize the new, you gradually begin to shed the old, believing with every fiber of your being that what you visualize is happening to you at that very moment. That is when change begins to occur. Change is often 2 steps forward and 1 step back. When you do well, say to yourself, "That's like me." When you make a mistake, say, "That's not like me. I'll do better next time." We have used each of these affirmations repeatedly and have shared them with many other people who have seen dramatic results by repeating them regularly. Dr. Bob Sharp, a dentist from Big Rapids, Michigan, fell on tough times back in 1989. Divorce, dissolution of my professional corporation, the premature death of my partner in my new dental practice, an office building project gone sour, and finally, my wife's 6-month battle with cancer had left me over $1 million in debt. By January of 1996, the IRS was threatening to seize what assets I had, until $90,000 in back taxes were paid in full. The moment the IRS actually withheld payment from my major insurance vendor, the situation finally looked hopelessly bleak to me. I had recently attended a vision workshop with the president of my network marketing company and came away reading and repeating the following affirmations every morning and every night. I am sitting on my deck overlooking my pond stocked with bass, pike, and bluegill. My wife, Susan, and I are free to travel wherever and whenever we wish. People seek my advice because of my talent and religious conviction. I have the time and money to help my children as they begin their careers, etc. Almost immediately, things started to change. My builder loaned me $200,000 to pay all my past due debts, including the one to the IRS. My dental practice began to prosper. My network marketing business, which had been stagnant, began to grow. I regained my personal confidence and self-esteem. Within 5 months, all short-term debt was current, and all long-term debt was being paid on schedule. Most exciting of all, in October, Susan and I bought and moved into our dream home. It is a 51-acre farm, complete with a fishing pond and a swimming pool, a lighted tennis court, a barn for our horses, a 10-acre hayfield, driving range, and a guest house that we rent out. We have deer, geese, ducks, turkeys, and thousands of birds as our guests. My relationship with my company and the industry is much more than just making some extra money part-time. It is about personal development and the freedom to lead a life of choice. It is about being content with what you do every day and helping other people lead the lives of their dreams. More and more scientists, including respected quantum physicists, have come to the realization that we cannot produce magic results by thinking away the laws of physics. However, we can dramatically impact our subconscious, which directly influences our daily productivity. Perhaps you'll recall that in 1969, the Federal Communications Commission became very concerned that consumers could be unconsciously manipulated by subliminal advertising. It was eventually made illegal because it is so very effective. That same kind of manipulation can also be utilized for positive productivity. Try using affirmations for a month, and you'll use them for the rest of your life. When you use affirmations, you will be defending yourself against the depression torpedo, and no bad news or disappointments will be able to penetrate your shield. Create a positive environment from the outside in. Our final piece of advice to avoid depression, and this need not be a tough one, is that new distributors should avoid dream stealers and negative people at least through their first year in network marketing. Often the negative people are family members or even close friends. Because success in MLM results more often from attitude than ability, it is important that we spend time associating with people who support us in our desire for success. Set clear rules for those who are constantly talking negatively about our business or criticizing our dreams. Sit down with those negative people one at a time and have a serious, authentic discussion. Let them know that regardless of their opinion of this industry, you need and expect positive, uplifting comments or no comments at all. Tell them the truth. If they persist in involving you in counterproductive, negative discussions, you've got a decision to make. Either you deserve a life of financial security and time freedom with your family, or you deserve to live a mediocre life amidst negative people. It's up to you. But in most cases, if you ask people nicely to support you, they will do so if they truly love you. Dr. Robert Neff of Dallas, Texas, had received a lot of negativity from those for whom he held tremendous respect in the first year of building his networking business. Their greatest argument was that the industry was fundamentally flawed, taking advantage of others for your own personal gain. He knew that this wasn't his experience, but their words stayed in his head and held him back from building his business. Why? Because these words depressed him. Although he had been raised as an atheist, Dr. Neff was growing in his understanding of spiritual values, as he was coming to grips with his place in the industry and his emerging religious faith. He had an astounding realization one morning. Network marketing was modeled after Christianity. He frantically wrote down the parallels that he saw, and as he did so, the doubts he was harboring about this industry left him. He knew at that moment that network marketing was an inherently good industry that revolved around helping others help themselves. It was the act of writing this down that was so beneficial to Dr. Neff. We love his analysis, and couldn't have expressed these parallels more eloquently, even though we were both trained as professional theologians. Reading these similarities between network marketing and Christianity, it's easy to understand how they helped to alleviate Dr. Neff's depression. Here's what he wrote. 1. It is very unlikely you'll learn about it unless someone else invites you to see it. 2. You are shown something that initially sounds too good to be true. 3. You are given support for its validity, but mostly through personal stories, and hence your belief is based mostly on faith. 4. You are told that you must first believe before you can experience the incredible benefits. 5. You can measure your belief by the amount of good that goes on around you. 6. You are given a manual to guide you. 7. While you may not understand it at first, you are asked to be teachable and follow those who have already experienced what still lies ahead for you. 8. Along the way, you will encounter difficulties and you will need to ask for assistance. 9. When up, you're asked to help others beneath you, and when down, you're able to get help from above. 10. That assistance will be given in a form that will make you stronger and more self-sufficient. 11. You will not be perfect along the way, but as long as you believe, you will reach your destination. 12. You are asked to delay gratification by putting your own needs aside for the time being so you can help others first. 13. Providing this help will require dedication, persistence, and hard work. 14. Do not fear people, but instead offer a hand to them even though many will say they do not need your help. 15. By surrounding yourself with other good people who also carry the same beliefs and commitments, you are protected from negatives that can hurt you. 16. You are invited to come together on a regular basis to renew your vision. 17. As a result, you will learn more about yourself, about others, and about life. 18. In the end, you will have directly or indirectly helped thousands of people to live better lives and move on to a better place. Network marketing is the great equalizer because it is built on attitude. Charles Swindoll, a minister and best-selling author, wrote, "The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than facts. It is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failures, than successes, than what other people think or say or do. It is more important than appearance, giftedness, or skill. The remarkable thing is that we have a choice every day regarding the attitude we will embrace for that day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the fact that people will act in a certain way. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is play on the string we have, and that is our attitude. I'm convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes." Programs that support personal growth through attitudinal changes are on the rise. The EDGE curriculum, Increasing Human Effectiveness, and the Pacific Institute's Investment in Excellence are two such programs. Many of the concepts in this section can be indirectly credited to Lou Tice, who led us to Dr. Albert Bandura, 45 years a psychologist and arguably the most quoted expert in cognitive strategies for self-mastery and peak performance. It was from Dr. Bandura that we learned the most important new developments in self-efficacy and human potential, which today form the basis of our own personal development curriculum. Just believe and keep going. It seems obvious, but we'll say it anyway. The secret of survival is simply to not give up. The way to avoid despondency is to keep the faith. Of course, they're both true. Life's challenges are essential to our growth. Without them, we would fall into a comfort zone, bringing our creativity to a screeching halt. Darrell Moore of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, found this to be the case back in December of 1994, when he and his wife Mabel faced what he described as the darkest month in their network marketing business. In August, we filed our letter of intent, LOI, putting the company on notice that we were planning to pursue an executive status. In September and October, we met our qualification goals, but in November we had to take a grace month. We already had one frontline distributor who had completed his executive qualification the previous September, so we saw December as our do-or-die month in the business. If we didn't make it, we would not only have to start all over again, but we would lose our only executive who would roll past us. We were both worn down to a nub. All we had ever heard was that December was the worst month of the year because you could not get people to do anything but think about the coming holidays. Mabel spoke to me in a tone of voice that implied we had reached the end of the line. I felt like a doctor in an emergency room who had finally emerged from tending a loved one and said, "We've done all we can do." There was my wife, looking forlornly at me, asking, "So what else can we do now?" The only answer I could come up with was to keep doing what we had been doing and not give up. I believed that hard work, coupled with faith in what we were doing, would carry us through this moment of crisis. The very next week, on December 10th, we gained a new frontline distributor, Bryant Miller, of all things by losing a coin toss in Jackson, Mississippi. Sharing a co-op advertisement with one of our frontline distributors, June Lyle, we flipped a coin to see who would get the first sign-up. June won and sponsored a businessman with a resume a mile long. We got the next prospect, Bryant, though more than a week passed before he signed up under Mabel and me. He was extremely well connected, highly motivated, and submitted his LOI that following week. That helped us reach our executive qualification volume for December and saved our business. Today, both Bryant Miller and we are still in the business, although the businessman who signed under June is not, moving steadily toward our goals. Faith is the only thing that got us through those trials and kept us going when there appeared to be no end in sight. We had faith in our company, faith in our products, and faith in ourselves. Most of all, we had faith that if we were doing our part and operating from the heart, God would show us the way. He did, and brought them out of depression into the Promised Land. John Cini from Annandale, Virginia, had an extremely short stint in corporate America that ended at age 23. After 2 years of college, 2 years in the Army, and 2 more years as a computer geek, I discovered I'd never make a fortune working for somebody else. In the last JOB, Journey of the Broke, I'll ever have, I was running the computers for a car dealership, putting in 70 to 80-hour weeks for $2,000 a month. I'm no genius, but it didn't take me long to figure out I was worth a lot more than $6 an hour. John wanted his own franchise, but had no capital. He called every ad in several papers, and after looking at many networking companies, found the right company for him. What was the biggest appeal? The successful people who were making millions in the business were mentors I wanted to emulate, and they were willing to teach me everything they knew. Here was a group of people with integrity and a company with products that were going to grab significant market share. But the problem was that during that first year, I was terrified to talk to anyone about the business. I was shy, lacking confidence in myself, hoping but not knowing if this business would work, and feeling extremely inadequate about being so young, inexperienced, and without money. But my sponsor, Barbara Groff-Feldman, believed in me, called me every morning to encourage me to get on the phone and start sharing with others the incredible information I had. Somehow I managed to contact about 100 people in my first few months. Most laughed at me. I actually only sponsored one of those 100, and she quit a week later. After 6 months, I had only made about $1,500 total. But an interesting evolution had taken place right in front of me. I had observed Barbara's sponsor go from $4,000 a month when I met her to over $20,000 a month in that same 6-month time span. She was a 26-year-old single mother, Lisa Fairbanks, with a journalism degree and a great attitude, who in 22 months went from startup to over $60,000 a month. That made her a legend in our company, and I was fortunate enough to witness everything she did firsthand to make that money. You know what I learned? She didn't do anything I couldn't do. She just worked really hard and had complete confidence in the company, the products, and her ability to make millions. So even though I was very ineffective and had almost zero income, my belief level began to explode. That's when my business changed forever, when I believed I could duplicate the success of my mentors. In the next year, my income went from a little over $1,100 per month to almost $10,000 a month. And today, nobody believes the story of how I began, shy and broke and ready to quit. But it doesn't matter. Just remember 3 magic words. Keep watching winners. Today, we've helped so many people quit their jobs and go through the same tremendous personal growth. It would have been so easy to quit network marketing, walk away, and say, "Those deals don't work." But I have an attitude in my head that I love. When everybody else gives up, that's when I really go to work. And I had great role models to help me maintain my positive focus. Looking back, the sacrifices I made in the beginning were tiny compared to the return on my investment. Besides, how else can someone start a business that's profitable in a year or two with little or no debt, and then consistently make a 6-figure income working from home? At age 20, I spent about $1,000 getting a real estate license that I never used. So risking $1,000 on my company was hardly a gamble. I look back at where I'd be if I could have found the capital to purchase that pizza franchise 7 years ago. I might just now be finishing paying off my loan, having lived at the store 24 hours a day, and I'd weigh 350 pounds from eating pepperoni pizza all day, with no time for exercise. Instead, I travel the world, have peace of mind and 0 headaches, and I can be a professional dad for the rest of my life. At a young age, John has made it to the top of his company, all because he found an abundance of belief instead of the abundance of investment funds that he thought he needed to make his life work. Negative beliefs about ourselves are the only barriers to our success. There's an important lesson to be learned from John. Instead of yielding to depression, simply observe other successful people and recognize that if they can do it, so can you. Keep watching winners and believe in yourself. Whatever you do, just don't quit. John and Patricia Dwyer from New York City began their networking business in August of 1991. Having just signed up, they came home and turned on the television to watch 2020. Barbara Walters was interviewing an attorney general by the name of Frank Kelly, who vowed to put the very company in which they had just sponsored out of business, claiming it was an illegal pyramid. Absurd as it may sound, what kept them going was the fact that many friends called to make sure they knew about the program airing. What they experienced was similar to the classic joke about the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. But other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? Fortunately, what stuck with many of their friends was not the attack on the Dwyer's company, but rather Barbara's closing comments. "But I hear the products are good." Patricia continues the story. "With all the publicity, this was not the most enjoyable time to build a business. We could have said, 'Yes, they are right. This is too hard. Nobody wants to join our business.' And believe me, they didn't join. As far as they were concerned, it was a pyramid. We felt we might as well quit. No one would blame us. But that would have been a terrible mistake. We would have missed all the great friends that we've enjoyed meeting over the 6 years of building our international business. One of our turning points was attending the network marketing certification course offered by the University of Illinois at Chicago. It is the first ever of its kind, taught by the Yarnells and Dr. Charles King. We met marketers from so many different MLM companies, making friends with them, and coming away knowing with certainty that this industry was going to be the business of the future. Today, Patricia and John have an international business with over 8,000 distributors worldwide. Network marketing has enabled them to get out of their former restaurant business and enjoy the rewards of working together. It has given them unlimited free time as well as financial freedom. They travel the world and support their associates along the way. They are especially grateful that, like so many others who bailed out at that time, they didn't listen to the media expose attacking their company. Rather, they used their own good judgment and, in spite of very rough beginnings, just refused to give up. Remember, depression can't win if you are constantly learning, bettering yourself, and associating with other positive people. Steve and Cynthia Rose of Colorado Springs, Colorado, had a similar experience. They first heard about this industry in 1987 when they were living in Austin, Texas. They were invited to meet Mark Yarnell, who they heard was very successful with an upstart MLM company. Because of busy schedules, they passed on the opportunity. After a series of failed businesses, 4 years later, in 1991, a young attorney and his wife from Albuquerque, New Mexico, again offered them the same opportunity. Hearing that Yarnell was still involved in the industry, and with their backs against the wall, they took a second look. Selling a sofa to gather the cash to buy their starter kit, they took off like a whirlwind, only to be thwarted by the same media attacks and regulatory scrutiny with which the Dwyers had to contend. Describing the catastrophe, Steve and Cynthia remembered, "We saw our downline of chiropractors, bankers, and business people flee like rats from a sinking ship. While we remained at the helm, our belief in the company and its products grew stronger as we watched the company open international markets, build a 10-story headquarters and warehouse, and introduce a new division through all of the turmoil. All this in the first year of our network marketing experience. After the unfair coverage by the national media, we could not speak the name of our company for several months without defending our company's position and ourselves. What we learned from our experience was invaluable. To be successful in MLM requires a willingness to make internal changes, because this is truly a business of transformations, inside and out. Above all else, we must never yield to depressing outer appearances once we know deep down that our key leaders have integrity, and our products or services are beneficial to all." Jordan Adler of Tempe, Arizona, joined his company in September of 1992, with $36,000 in credit card and IRS debt, a downward spiraling job, and one broken-down Jeep. "I chose to work through whatever challenges presented themselves. I knew that long-term residual income never came to quitters. Although I knew this, I had this habit of quitting. In fact, I'd quit 6 of the 11 other MLM companies in which I'd been involved. The other 5 went belly up before I had a chance to quit them. I now know that it's not how many times you get knocked down that matters. It's how many times you're willing to get back up that separates the winners from the losers in this business. Some people saw overnight success in me after I joined our company. What they didn't see was the 10 previous years of never sponsoring a single rep and failing over and over again. In early 1993, I sponsored a friend in Peabody, Massachusetts. After 2 $1,000 trips to Boston on borrowed money to work with his organization, we built up a group of about 30 representatives. My friend and his buddy had been promoted twice. We were excited. A few months later, I put another airline ticket and rental car on my credit card to do a meeting for them back east. I flew over 1,000 miles and drove through a nasty snowstorm to get to the meeting. I couldn't believe it. All the guests no-showed or canceled, and my friend and his buddy quit that night and were never seen again. All 30 of their downline quit as a reaction to them. I couldn't revive a single one. Half my group vaporized that cold winter, but the fire still burned in me, and I went back to Phoenix and continued to build. Today, my organization has tens of thousands of representatives and continues to grow each month. Failure can't handle persistence, but clearly, persistence always wins in the end. Jordan, a living example of persistence paying off, is now a senior director and top 100 money earner with his company. All of these stories share one thing in common. When people just like you met their darkest moments, all of which were in their earliest stages of this business, they didn't let the depression torpedo sink them. When they were hit by circumstances outside their control, they just didn't give up. Throughout the industry, it has been observed that, statistically speaking, an enormous percentage of people quit the business in their first year. Of more interest to us, however, is this revealing fact. As many as 95% of those people who remain in this industry for 10 years or longer reach the highest pay levels in their respective companies. Whatever you do, just don't quit. Summary. Network marketing requires an upbeat, enthusiastic person who will, in turn, attract others seeking their own well-being. Attrition is a basic fact in the network marketing industry. The disappointment about those who fail to show up at meetings, or worse, those who quit, can be alleviated by putting your energy into approaching a greater number of new prospects. Don't waste your energy supporting those who resist you. Just think, next, and move on. Work with people who show an interest and will keep your spirits up. If you feel like quitting, call Upline for support and encouragement. Share your enthusiasm, never your negativity, with your downline. In order for professionals to be successful in network marketing, they must be willing to use their reputations and credibility toward building their business. Denying their commitment to their warm markets will only set themselves up for failure. These are the reasons to be proud and optimistic about sharing our business with others. 1. We have the only entrepreneurial home business with no upside limits and no serious downside risks. 2. Total time freedom goes hand in hand with the wealth and prosperity we achieve. 3. By working diligently in the beginning, we can ultimately have a stress-free life. Better to trade in the traditional 40-year plan for a new 4-year plan. 4. Recognition and travel await all those who are successful in building a network organization. 5. In our industry, recognition is derived from things in life that truly matter, such as helping people make their lives work. 6. Global travel often involves bonding with new friends and sharing exciting cultural experiences with them, adventures beyond the grasp of those caught in the 40-year plan. If you attempt to recruit others while in a state of depression, your efforts will be futile. You alone have control over your attitude. If you exercise that control, adjusting your attitude from the inside, then your outward behavior will naturally follow. To change your attitude and eliminate depression, we encourage you to 1. Avoid watching or reading the news. 2. Read uplifting books. 3. Listen to inspiring tapes. 4. Only speak and think to yourself in a positive, uplifting manner. 5. Recall positive emotional experiences from the past. 6. Focus on the future, not on past disappointments that limit your possibilities. 7. Set goals and use affirmations to reach those goals on a regular basis. Striving to visualize ourselves as we want to be is the first step toward change and growth. 8. Avoid negative people, or at least negotiate with them to avoid acting negatively around you. Don't ever give up on your goals. An affirmation is a trigger tool, a positive statement of belief, written and repeated as if the goal were already an accomplished fact. As you visualize the new, believing ardently that what you visualize is happening to you at that very moment, you gradually begin to shed the old. It is then that change begins to occur. As many as 95% of those who remain in this industry for 10 years or longer, working steadily at building their groups, reach the highest pay level in their respective companies. So just don't quit. Chapter 4. Blocking the False Expectation Tank. Win through integrity rather than exaggeration. Ours is an industry that has acquired a reputation for producing millionaires. As a result, people feel they've somehow failed if they aren't earning $100,000 a month during their first year. Even worse than this false expectation of premature wealth is the notion promulgated by a number of misguided distributors that success in MLM requires no significant effort and no major time investment. The truth is, this is a work industry. Those of us who have achieved high incomes have applied ourselves diligently to succeed, and we have stayed with it for a number of years. Equally wrong is the idea that you need not do anything except send people to a weekly hotel meeting, and the leaders will do all the rest. In those meetings, some leaders have been known to indeed do it all, including signing up your prospects for themselves. This is a home-based industry where rewards are commensurate with effort. In this chapter, we will take a close look at what we call the false expectation tank, by exposing and carefully refuting many of the myths used to recruit unwitting distributors. We will replace them with the actual facts about your first-year efforts. An analogy. Imagine the following scenario. Basketball superstar Michael Jordan just happens to be sitting in a coffee shop in Chicago, where you and a friend have chosen to eat breakfast. You recognize him immediately, of course, but the last thing you want to do is pester him on a Sunday morning. The table next to him is vacant, so you sit at that one to be near him. As you are sitting down, you notice that Michael's two companions are both in wheelchairs. One of them is a paraplegic, and the other has a metal brace on his leg, probably indicative of multiple sclerosis or some other muscle disease. They are both in their late teens. You sit down with your back to Michael, but you're so close you can hear his dialogue. You don't mean to eavesdrop, but you can't help but overhear the conversation. "Jim, Danny, I know you both may not believe me, but many of us in the NBA earn over $30 million a year because we were willing to pay the price of hard work and countless hours of effort. I started practicing when I was your age, and I never stopped believing that one day I'd make the team. You owe it to yourselves to look at this." Michael, you notice out of the corner of your eye, hands one of the boys a piece of paper. The adolescent looks at it closely and exclaims, "My God, Mr. Jordan, that's more than my dad made over the past 10 years, and he's a doctor." "I know," responds Michael, "and that's just 1 month's income." "Jimmy, look at this," Danny says as he stretches just as far as he can across the table to hand him the check. Jimmy takes one look at the $2.8 million check and shakes his head in utter disbelief. He's never seen this kind of money and can hardly imagine it's possible to earn so much in 1 month. As they both continue to stare at the check, Michael then interjects, "And you know what, guys? You can do it too. Why get involved with some menial job when you can get into something with unlimited potential like playing for a pro basketball team?" You shake your head and glance back quickly to make sure your eyes have not played tricks on you. Nope, they're both in wheelchairs. He continues, "I'm not saying you won't have it tough. We all did. I was actually cut from my high school team, so I understand the pain of failure. But I didn't give up. I practiced and practiced until I could shoot from anywhere on the court and even rip the nets half the time." "I've seen you do some remarkable things, Mr. Jordan." "Yes, Danny, and you can too. I'm not discounting for a minute the difficulties and challenges you'll both face, but I want you to know that you can do anything that you set your mind to do. You really do have unlimited potential, and don't let the fact that you're both confined to wheelchairs keep you from trying. Make me proud. Work hard, give it everything, and one day you too can live the life you want to live, and I know you'll deserve whatever you earn." Of course, such a scenario could never occur because Michael Jordan knows good and well that those wheelchair-bound adolescents cannot reach the NBA. Impairments of some kind keep millions of people from having the opportunity to rise to the top of virtually every field of endeavor. Physical, educational, intellectual, and experiential handicaps keep most people at the bottom of the traditional corporate pyramids, such as IBM or Coca-Cola. These are the real pyramids in our society, where workers at the bottom are the lowest paid and the first to be let go in times of crisis. While some few move up through the system, no one has a prayer of earning what the man at the top earns, much less of replacing or surpassing him. Yet it is conceivable for virtually anyone to reach the top in MLM, because there is no challenge that can't be overcome. And every word spoken by Michael Jordan in this hypothetical scene could genuinely be addressed to these two physically handicapped young men regarding the network distribution industry. In MLM, even those who are timid, uneducated, or have no track record of success are often encouraged to believe that they can earn $1 million a year, just like so many leaders in this industry. In network marketing, everyone is given the benefit of the doubt and has the possibility of transcending the highest earner in the company. There is nothing to hold you back but the limits imposed by your own mindset. Having said that, we now want to distinguish between the potential of this business and the reality of what it takes to achieve success. While it's true that everybody, regardless of their handicaps, can achieve upside earnings potential in network marketing, we are concerned about leaders who imply that great success in this business is easy. Sometimes, after years of hard effort, all resulting in failure, some people who truly are not cut out for this business continue to be misled that they can still reach the top. There is a place in our industry for everyone, but each will experience success in his or her own way and time, and the level of success can vary immensely. And success need not only be measured in dollars. Some will develop solid, lifelong friendships, and that alone makes it worthwhile. Some introverts will come out of their shells and feel they have gained immeasurably by what this industry has done for them. Others will earn a few $100s a month and be thankful that they have something of value to do, and a little spending money besides. Some impoverished ministers will earn $15,000 as early as their 4th month. Most everyone will experience personal growth through this industry, and unquestionably, that is priceless. What better way to achieve such positive outcomes, all from home at such a low cost? The two of us met each other through this business and later fell in love and married. If you take everything else away from us, that alone would have made our time in network marketing invaluable. There is nothing of greater significance than finding your soulmate. So, by all means, show prospects the inherent potential of this business, but allow all distributors the right to discover their own levels of success. And by success, we mean having worthwhile goals and taking the necessary steps to achieve them. As long as you are taking a step forward, you are successful. Balance upside potential with the realistic picture. Incomes in MLM can become quite dramatic. We believe that anyone who has reasonable self-confidence, enjoys communicating with small groups of people while sitting at home, is coachable, and has a sincere desire to make a difference in people's lives can potentially earn $100,000 a month. However, it is important to paint a realistic picture of just how much hard work is involved in achieving financial security and time freedom. Too many distributors fail to tell the truth about the necessary effort. A recent advertisement in USA Today offered the following description of an MLM opportunity. No sales, no inventory, no monthly quotas, no personal or group sales volume requirements, no meetings, just call, phone number, to get started. This ad was intentionally misleading. We called the number to check it out and discovered that while no purchases were mandatory, in order to receive full compensation on several levels, substantial sales volumes were required. Here's the question. If a leader is going to advertise in the business section to find other entrepreneurial leaders interested in big money, why imply that no inventory or monthly sales are necessary? That's not only misleading, it's fraud. And we believe the Federal Trade Commission and other regulatory agencies are correct to go after such marketers and companies. They deceive innocent people into believing that MLM, like the lottery, is getting something for nothing. And in case you think most people are smart enough to avoid such preposterous claims, take a close look at how many men and women bet family food money on a 1 in 10 million chance lottery. Let's examine what is required to earn big incomes. Network marketing income is a direct result of the amount of wholesale products and/or services purchased by those individuals in your organization. Since most families only purchase as much as they need and use, a sizable organization is necessary to provide a large income. Lots of people ordering and using a little bit. Huge organizations are developed by individuals who personally recruit large numbers of frontline distributors and, as capable educators, teach them to duplicate their process. Our industry's leading company built a multi-billion-dollar global empire, one person at a time, over a 4-decade period. In essence, MLM is much more a teaching profession than a sales profession. Those who make it to the pinnacle of any company are usually good communicators in a one-on-one sense. Being able to deliver a speech to a large crowd is absolutely unnecessary. Duplication is what is critical. It doesn't matter how tremendous we are as individuals, but rather how great we are at teaching others to duplicate our system, as you've already read in many of our stories. But we don't want to create false expectations by waving the oversized checks in front of people without also discussing what it honestly takes to earn them. Understating the hard work and perseverance to achieve great success is the most often utilized strategy by those who create false expectations. Most people will quickly see through the false promises in a very short time and then quit. We are irrevocably convinced that the extremely high attrition rate among first-year distributors stems directly from being bashed by the false expectation tank. In this chapter, we'll take time to address many aspects of this problem, including the one that catches so many newcomers to our industry completely unaware, an unrealistic assessment of how much work is required to earn the huge incomes. Misguided belief that this business requires no effort. Consider a hypothetical situation. Steve goes to his first network marketing presentation and is immediately struck by the exponential growth potential. For the very first time in his life, he realizes the possibility of unlimited income. But here is his problem. Even though Steve knows literally hundreds of excellent prospects, he is currently earning $100,000 a year in a management position with a software firm and is spending as much as he makes. So the thought of quitting before he has replaced his income is simply irrational. During the question and answer period of the presentation, Steve asks if he can stay behind and visit with the presenters, Bill and Angela. Of course, they agree to speak with him privately. After everyone is gone, Steve explains his money situation to the successful couple. Instead of telling Steve the truth, namely that he is going to have to work very hard for a year full-time, or perhaps for 2 or 3 years part-time, in order to replace his income, they create false expectations. Bill says, "No problem, Steve. You've got a Rolodex full of high-caliber prospects, and Angela and I can work those people for you and then stack them on your front line." Of course, that will never work because Bill and Angela already have their hands full building and maintaining their own front line. They might try, but experience has taught us that no one can do this business for anyone else. And we all know that friends respond best to hearing about a business opportunity from friends first. Then a successful sponsor or upline can reinforce what the curious prospect has learned from his friend. The power of networking is at its highest peak when it is friend telling friend. But Steve cannot possibly know all of that at this stage, having just been introduced to the industry. So, to him, it sounds good. Based on what Bill has told him, he signs up, makes a list of his top 200 prospects, and turns it over to his sponsor. The false expectation tank hits Steve hard and fast. It doesn't take very long for him to realize that he is not going to get something for nothing in this business. Even if Bill makes good on his promise and signs up a few quality distributors on Steve's front line, Steve will still have to roll up his sleeves and work extremely hard, or the people beneath him could roll past his pay levels. But what ordinarily happens is that Bill can't convince Steve's friends to do something when Steve is not actually approaching them himself. Here's the point. Rarely, if ever, has a person in network marketing had the time and energy to recruit, build, and train more than one large frontline. We have not met anyone who has done so. Typically, after half a year of little or no activity, Steve quits. But he doesn't really go away. From that day forward, whenever network marketing is mentioned in his presence, Steve remarks, "Yeah, MLM is such a scam. I gave it my best shot for half a year and had a sponsor who was supposedly making big money, but I never saw a penny. There are thousands of Steves out there bad-mouthing our industry because of unrealistic claims that lead to overblown expectations. And unfortunately, there are numerous Bills and Angelas who have been taught to be sifters instead of relationship builders. Their underlying motivation is to simply blast through Steve's Rolodex, hoping to find one winner, instead of helping Steve build a business based on his close relationships with friends. So what should have been done? Well, Bill and Angela should have been honest about Steve's chances. Not only would Steve have respected them more, but he would have fully understood how much effort it would take to make the business work for him. Here's how it should have been handled. Bill sits down with Steve and looks him squarely in the eye. You know, Steve, I can appreciate your dilemma. I know you still need an income while you grow your business. But if your corporation was to decide to enhance their profit structure by downsizing and you were targeted, they wouldn't even consider keeping you on salary until you found a replacement income. You'd be gone overnight with some severance package designed to placate you, but not meet long-term needs. The truth is, in our business, it's only those of us who treat it like a profession who get to the big money. Give it all of your energy and you'll naturally get there sooner. Undertake it part-time and stay with it steadily and you'll get there eventually. But there is no way for you to earn big money by exerting only minimal effort. That is, by simply turning all your prospects over to your sponsor. Steve listens but still doesn't fully understand. He responds, "Well, how do guys like me do this business? How does anyone ever get to the kind of money I've been hearing about?" Steve, it's true that many leaders in our industry earn over $50,000 a month, and most could afford to retire on that income in half a decade. Compared to retirement on a little pension after 40 years in your profession, our offer is very attractive. But I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't tell you the truth. And the truth is, to hit those numbers, you would have to tighten your belt and do this business full-time. The other option is to work very aggressively part-time until you've replaced your income, and then go full-time. If you decide to do it either way, great. Angela and I will work with you side by side until you reach your goals. Otherwise, let's just sign you up so your family can use our products and services at wholesale prices, and I'll touch base with you again in 6 months to see if your circumstances have changed. Can you guess what Steve will do? He's going to go home and give this business serious consideration. He has no illusions about how hard he's going to have to work, and, frankly, he respects Bill immensely for his honesty. Bill shot him straight, thereby preventing Steve from being a target of the false expectation tank altogether. He's going to carefully think it through. 1, either his future is brighter in network marketing and he's willing to make the gutsy move to live off his savings for 6 months and give this business his full-time effort. 2, he'll choose to take the precautionary approach and replace his income first by remaining on his job and working the business part-time, which will take substantially longer. Or 3, he'll order some products or services at wholesale and become a good customer. If he chooses against all of these options, at least Bill ends up with a great prospect he can call every 6 months until the time is right, instead of creating an angry distributor who, because of misinformation, now badmouths the entire industry whenever possible. Remember, in the network distribution industry, honesty is everything. Cheat someone at work and 8 office workers will hear about it. Cheat someone in our industry and 200,000 people in 20 countries know about it within a week. And when an upline distributor deceives a downline distributor, it is not easily forgotten or forgiven. It is the most detestable offense in our business. Think about it in terms of your own company. Those who are guilty of cheating others are the most despised people. And the sad part is, no matter how many apologies you make, once it is done, you can never recover. Your reputation within the company is irreconcilably damaged. We've seen it happen in several companies, and it is one of the most easily avoidable tragedies of our business. Our industry affords us daily opportunities to discover our true worth. There are countless moments when we are faced with situations that require moral decisions. Each one is a personal test of our integrity, and sometimes no one will know but us, but we are challenged more than anyone in any field of endeavor to raise the standards of human values. This integrity must begin with our very first presentations. Tell the truth about your marketing plan and the tremendous amount of work necessary for success. Offer your support, but never offer to do work for a new distributor that you barely have time to accomplish for yourself. The more honest we are about the hard work in our business, the less attrition we will experience, and the more respect we will build for our industry. Unrealistic assumption about the numbers needed to succeed. Beware of the unrealistic assumption about the number of individuals that you need to personally recruit. Some companies have joined with field distributors in an effort to further the myth that you need not be particularly prolific in sponsoring people in order to prosper. Bunk. While there are exceptions, most successful leaders have had to sign up large numbers on their front line. Most of the truly big-time income earners in the field of network distribution have, over time, personally sponsored at least 100 frontline distributors, and many have sponsored even more. However, there are always some exceptions to this rule, and Michael DiMuccio of Kleinburg, Ontario, is one such example. After struggling for 13 months in one MLM company, Michael found another that had remarkable products with which he could readily identify. This is how he describes his experience after joining the new company. During the initial launch phase, I prospected about 100 people and recruited 26 frontline. By placing so much emphasis on the relationship between myself and those 26 recruits, 5 became long-term business partners. Not everyone who signed was as committed as I was, or, obviously, they would still be with me. Yet their contribution in the beginning added synergy, excitement, and volume that helped produce my personal success story. $126,000 group volume in the opening month that generated about $15,000 in personal income. This success added fuel to the fire, and the momentum continued over the next 3 months. I didn't recruit for almost a year after this. Instead, I put into place an infrastructure for communications and recruiting, and developed a model that could be duplicated for presenting and training. I went back to work by launching Mexico, where I recruited 5 new legs and produced around $150,000 in the opening month's sales, almost entirely from a cold market. 6 months later, my average income had grown to $20,000 per month. By this point in time, I had recruited perhaps a total of 30 to 35 frontline distributors. I then set my sights on the Quebec market, prospected about 45 people, and recruited 5 new legs, 2 of which have reached a monthly income of about $12,000. I then had the good fortune to be referred to a tremendous businessman from Manitoba. Launching his business yielded the highest return yet. Dealing only in a warm market, he recruited 12 of his 13 prospects, 4 of which exploded in the first month, followed by 2 more in the next 60 days. His launch generated a record $219,000 in group volume and netted him $17,900 in personal income. As a result, my income rose to an average $40,000 per month. Success breeds success. Now, with relatively little effort, I've sponsored and recruited 12 new legs over the last 18 months, with 4 of them averaging $2,000 to $8,000 monthly. At the same time, I helped my leaders expand and took my monthly income up to $100,000. Today, at 33 years of age, after nearly 6 years in the business, I've personally sponsored 60 frontline recruits, 6 of which average a monthly income between $8,000 and $45,000, 3 take in approximately $2,000 to $4,000 per month, and a few more are just getting started. Many people deserve the real recognition for my success, but suffice to say that I've enjoyed an extraordinary career in an incredible profession. Michael was acknowledged as Distributor of the Year by his company for these outstanding achievements. We are currently developing strategies to make stories like this become the wave of the future in network marketing. As these kind of ratios become more attainable in our industry, we will see a flood of new associates joining our ranks over the next decade. Those new to network marketing should have a simple understanding of the four most popular types of compensation plans: the breakaway, the unilevel, the matrix, and the binary. There are other hybrid plans that are a combination of these, but in general these four are the most widespread. Admittedly, the following explanations are a bit oversimplified, but understanding them in depth is not necessary for a first-year distributor. Having a basic grasp of these compensation plans is all you'll need for now. The oldest and most traditional is the breakaway plan. It allows distributors to recruit and be paid on an unlimited number of frontline associates. When leaders emerge by meeting the basic requirements set forth by the company, they break away from their upline executives, thereby forming their own organizations. In a breakaway plan, leaders receive a commission on unlimited levels generated by everyone within their own circle volume, and, based upon the number of breakaway leaders on their front line, they are paid a commission on a designated number of levels of their breakaway groups. Even though a larger percentage is generally paid on the circle volume, the real money is made in the massive numbers generated in the breakaway groups. Since the emphasis in a breakaway plan is placed on numbers of distributors on your front line, it is difficult to mislead new associates about the fact that it takes lots of sign-ups to receive the full benefit of the compensation plan. The unilevel plan essentially pays commissions on a specified number of levels, as opposed to generations that can run to depths of 20 or more, as designated by the company. It is comparable to the compensation paid on the circle volume only of the breakaway plan, except that it limits the number of levels. A unilevel formula, of course, has no breakaway system, but it is similar in that the only way to make money is to sponsor significant numbers on your front line, thus increasing the chances for greater exponential growth. In the breakaway and unilevel plans, each level beneath you grows larger than the levels above. Your sixth level, for example, should ultimately be larger than the 5 levels above it combined. So the larger your front line, the larger your sixth level will ultimately become. Because the unilevel is not as lucrative as other bonus programs, it is more often used in combination with another plan. Again, it is difficult to mislead anyone about the numbers necessary to succeed with the unilevel plan. The matrix plan is inherently limiting as a compensation plan by its very definition. Let's consider the 3x7 matrix as an example. You are on top and have 3 on your front line. Your second level is 9, third is 27, fourth is 81, fifth is 243, sixth is 729, and seventh is 2,187. Your entire organization, if it filled up, would compensate you for a total of 3,279 people. Many leaders have 10 to 100 times that many people in their organizations. It's literally a case of converting an unlimited opportunity into a limited income position. What's worse, it's very difficult for those below you to succeed in this system. Let's pretend that everyone on your 7th level has a sincere desire to succeed in filling up each of their matrix organizations. That would require a company of over 2 million distributors. The problems now arise because for people to succeed on that 7th level would require recruiting the equivalent of the entire populations of China, the United States, and Germany. Disregarding the reality of the matrix plan, the sales pitch still is, all you have to do is sponsor 3, only 3. The company literature and the entire sales force then promotes the idea that you can be successful in their venture if you only personally sponsor 3 others. And that's precisely all that most people end up doing, if that. But what we want you to understand is this. Nobody in any company at any time in our industry's history has succeeded in earning the truly big checks after personally sponsoring only 3 or 4 people. That is false expectation ad absurdum. If you are working a matrix plan, be prepared to personally recruit enough associates to fill up your first 4 or 5 levels. Do that, and you'll likely prosper. A matrix plan will only work if you do. The binary plan is the most recent hybrid in the chain of new compensation plans. If you like the matrix, you'll love the original binary. The premise here is that all you need to do is sponsor 2 frontline individuals, who are called your profit centers. Once you've got your 2, teach them both to duplicate what you've done, and so on until, poof, you're rich. Not in most cases. It may be perfected in the future, but as of the time of this writing, many of the binary plans we've reviewed require distributors to balance the sales volumes of both sides of their organization. And if left on their own, each side tends to grow at radically different paces. Since balanced volumes just don't happen by themselves, distributors need to focus constantly on adding enough quality people to either or both sides in order to keep volumes in balance. Otherwise, distributors are paid only on the lower of the 2 sides of their binary-shaped organization. We can already hear the shrieks and screams of matrix and binary companies who don't read this chapter carefully, so please be clear on what we are saying before you react. We've met people who are dramatically successful in every kind of compensation plan in existence, and we do not advocate one above the others. Whether in a breakaway, a unilevel, a matrix, or a binary compensation plan, you must personally recruit or play a long-term personal role in the recruitment of a significant number of distributors to be successful. We have heard popular authors and top leaders suggest otherwise. Don't be fooled into believing that you need only sponsor 2 or 3 frontline networkers to find your way to unlimited wealth. No matter which compensation plan you choose, success requires lots of hard work. We do not mean to pass judgment on compensation plans, but rather to caution leaders in a matrix or binary plan against creating false expectations as they present their plan to new prospects. Unrealistic assumptions tend to emerge most often from those plans that limit the number of frontline distributors. Carol Fitzgerald of Dundee, New York, found herself a victim of false expectations with a brand-new startup company. She felt doubly deceived because she had networking experience, and in hindsight, felt she should have seen it coming. I had been working part-time with a large network marketing company for about 3 years while homeschooling 2 children. I was a distributor with a large, solid nutritional and household product company. I wasn't shattering any records, but for the time I invested each week, I had a nice income, and it had a steady increase each month. My organization was comprised mainly of women who had careers in corporate America but wanted to be able to stay home with their children while still maintaining an income. All was progressing well until a friend of mine phoned to tell me about some incredible environmental product that I just had to try. I asked if it was a network marketing company and explained to her that I was really committed to my present organization and I wasn't interested in working with more than one company. She's very creative and wasn't easily discouraged, as she knew of my current success. My birthday was 4 days later, and a large box arrived, containing a complete sampling of products and a brief explanation of an unbelievable compensation plan. Now I knew why my friend was so excited. The products were great, and the money offered was staggering. Binary pay plans were brand new. I had been working with a matrix program and didn't know much about binaries. They seemed too good to be true. Why didn't those warning bells go off? This was truly an unbelievable opportunity for fast growth and quick cash. It paid weekly for every $1,000 worth of products sold, with $500 on each leg. $250 was paid out in commissions. Sponsorship didn't matter. There was no limit on depth, and best of all, volume was never lost, but carried over until a balance was achieved. Typically, for this type of plan, distributors were qualified to receive commissions once they had purchased $100 in product and sponsored just 2 other people who did the same. Distributors could personally purchase up to 3 positions, there was no age limit, and everyone in a household could have their own distributorship. I was hooked. This company had everything. The products truly were revolutionary. They could help the environment, and the money was fantastic. I could help all of my family and friends, who were still friends then. All they had to do was buy $100 worth of these wonderful products, and I could place them in my organization and build under them. I dived in head first. I started with 3 positions, placing my children, great college fund, below me, followed by my husband, parents, in-laws, grandparents, siblings, and everyone I knew. It didn't matter if they had network marketing experience or not. Anyone could understand this pay plan, and besides, they were helping the environment. Of course, everyone in my group did just what I did. Nearly all of them came in with 3 positions and encouraged friends and family to do the same. We signed up churches, schools, and other not-for-profit organizations who, in turn, rallied all of their supporters. My organization exploded. This was truly what networking was supposed to be. My products arrived the 2nd week. We didn't have distributor kits or training manuals yet, so I wrote materials for my group to use. The company liked my tools, so they used them corporately. I organized conference calls and conducted training sessions. The money was rolling in, and everyone was thrilled. Then it happened. Delivery of products started being delayed, and checks had mistakes. The principals of the company told me that it was the tremendous growth my group had caused, and that it was a good problem to have. I was assured that they were hiring extra staff to clear up the problems. We continued to fax in hundreds and hundreds of applications, but I was concerned enough to start tracking my own organization. I had all of my group fax their applications to me so that I could monitor the growth. I discovered a major discrepancy in what was owed to my people and immediately jumped on a plane armed with my charts. When I arrived, the corporate heads looked at my documentation and were aghast. They had no idea the problem was this severe. They brought their programmers in and decided that they had a programming error and would have to re-enter all of the thousands of applications in order to fix it. Of course, we shouldn't lose momentum, so I was urged to remain positive and keep recruiting. They claimed to have fired the person who was responsible for fouling up product orders, and I was guaranteed that everything would be back on track within 2 weeks. We kept on recruiting. Even though checks and product orders were sporadic, they seemed to be trying. Then came Black Monday. It started when my mail arrived and I found out that my last 2 checks had been returned for insufficient funds. The phones started to ring, and people were no longer thrilled. Hundreds of people had all received the same mail, and they all had my phone number. The company phone number had a recorded message saying that it had been disconnected. Reality set in. When I finally reached the president of the company, he explained that this situation was all my fault. It seems that they had never planned on someone completely balancing her organization, and worse yet, teaching everyone to do the same. My balanced group had maxed out the pay plan after only 8 levels, and my organization reached more than 30 levels, totaling several thousand distributors. The company closed its doors, teaching me a lesson and giving me a birthday present I'll never forget. Unfortunately, it also left my family and many of my friends with very negative feelings about network marketing that have taken me years to overcome. I still have a copy of my largest uncashable check in my daytimer to remind me that in network marketing, as in any other business, there is no get-rich-quick program unless someone gets hurt. Slow and steady definitely wins the race. Fortunately, Carol was able to pick up the pieces and is now working with an experienced team toward the launch of a network marketing company that she hopes will be a reflection of what our industry is meant to be. Carol adds, "For any of my friends who may be reading this, flowers, chocolate, or just a simple card make much nicer birthday presents." The lesson for people just starting out in network marketing is this. Binary plans by themselves tend to reflect a short-term cash return, as opposed to a long-term steady residual income. If you are considering joining a company that is so new it has no track record, at the very least make certain the principals in the company do have a track, a good one. It is very, very risky to join a company that has not been in existence at least a couple of years. If you feel compelled to join and don't have first-hand knowledge of the integrity of those starting up the company, do your due diligence. Check them out, call their references, and if their compensation plan is untested and sounds too good to be true, it probably is. At the very least, call the Direct Selling Association in Washington, D.C., and find out if the company under consideration is a member. If not, watch out. If you are in your first few years in this industry, making a decent living with a solid company, and, like Carol, an overzealous sponsor shows you big checks or a comp plan too good to be true, hopefully you'll have the common sense to stay where you are. Network marketing is big business played on an international stage, offering staggering income potential, enormous amounts of free time, travel, power, and prestige. To hit the big numbers is to be treated like an international rock star, playing to large audiences and standing ovations on every continent. You'll be treated to the best cuisine in every location and interact with the most powerful people in industry, medicine, and law. Remember, as you are trying to appeal to various professions in corporate America and throughout the world, each one has its malcontents, and frequently the most successful among them are the players who can relate to these kinds of earnings. As you move from your warm market into your cold market prospects, you need to understand that this is a numbers game and not be intimidated by it. MLM is the great equalizer in which former blue-collar workers are allowed to compete with, or even bypass, doctors and corporate leaders. Perhaps from the standpoint of workloads and maybe with respect to the number of people you actually have to sponsor, you are falsely induced into MLM, but no one can truly tell you about the joy of earning 5- or 6-figure monthly incomes until you yourself experience it. So don't whine, get to work. What's it going to be? 4 years or 40? Inaccurate perception about the time needed to succeed. The next problem area, time investment, is certainly worth mentioning because it so often misleads prospective distributors about one of the most important aspects of the business. While we've seen many of our associates reach 5-figure monthly incomes in only a few months, ourselves included, not many do. We believe new marketers should set realistic objectives ranging from 1, 2, and 3-year to 5- and 10-year goals. Then track upline until you find a person in your company who is earning the amount you wish to earn by your 10th year. Ask that person to help you set realistic goals based on the amount of time and effort they were expending at each of these monthly and yearly mileposts. It's quite reasonable to assume that if another person was able to achieve what you desire, if you can visualize yourself doing that too, and if you're willing to put forth the same amount of time and effort, you can earn the same. An average earnings report can and should be issued by your company. The way to set practical goals is to base them on incomes at varying levels actually earned throughout your existing distributor force. Remember to be realistic about the amount of time it will take, but also be expansive in determining the right goals for yourself. It is by unleashing your limited thinking that you will be able to rise to your full potential. With respect to the amount of time required to succeed, part-timers in network marketing earn substantially less than do those working the business full-time. If a full-time person is earning $200,000 a month, a new person might quite logically assume that if she works half the time, she could earn $100,000 a month. Not necessarily true. The most Rene ever earned as a serious part-timer, who, because of her elected position to a 4-year term in public office, could not quit until she had completed her commitment, was not even 10% of the amount we've earned together working full-time. It's because this is largely a business of duplication. Part-timers attract part-timers. If you are the leader and part-time effort is good enough for you, then part-time will seem appropriate to everyone you recruit. On the other hand, if you are working very aggressively, treating this like big business, so too will more members of your downline. Ask yourself a simple question. When was the last time you met a person who became a millionaire in his spare time? Prosperity is a full-time venture. Our book, Power Multi-Level Marketing, is dedicated to teaching how to build a large, dynamic multi-level marketing organization and the inevitable differences between working part-time and full-time. We have researched numerous companies with respect to average part-time and full-time incomes. You simply cannot accomplish full-time goals on part-time effort. Obviously, those who give this business their all should arrive at their goals more expediently. If this is an option for you, and if you have 6 months of staying power on the money you have in savings, then we highly encourage you to carefully select your company and give it everything you've got. There has never been a more lucrative time to get involved with this industry, nor has there been better public receptivity to the concept of networking as a viable business. If you believe in yourself, the organization you've joined, your company, and the industry, then simply tell the world of your discovery. That's what Mark did, sometimes putting in 60 to 70-hour weeks on fire with enthusiasm, and within 3.5 years, his efforts earned him his first $100,000 monthly check. If responsibilities, financial constraints, doubts, or just good common sense hold you back from beginning this business on a full-time basis, then Rene may be someone for you to emulate. Although only part-time, while serving full-time on the Board of County Commissioners in Reno, Nevada, she treated her network marketing business like a real business. As she explains, I stayed with a constant regimen, prospecting 12 to 15 people every single day, holding a presentation in my home for at least 15 prospects a week, gathered in 2 to 3 separate meetings, all of which resulted in my sponsoring a minimum of 5 people a month. With extra time invested on the weekends, the number of people I sponsored could sometimes run as high as 10. By never letting up, even though I had a busy professional schedule, I reached a $100,000 annual income after 1.5 years in the business. Consistency is critical, whether you are approaching 5 or 30 prospects a day. There is nothing wrong with telling people the possibilities in this industry. The true stories are intrinsically strong in themselves. There is no need to exaggerate, but everyone needs to know the amount of productive time and focused effort we invested to accomplish these goals. We weren't attending someone else's meetings. We were conducting our own. We weren't managing our downlines. We were supporting our frontline associates by helping them close their prospects, and thus building organizations that duplicated our efforts. Faulty premise that upline will do it all for you. Many new distributors are recruited by being told they need not work hard. All they have to do, they are assured, is send their prospects to an upline's hotel meeting, and their sponsor or upline will do the presentations and close everyone for them. But let's get back to the basics. The definition of networking is friends telling friends. But you must be involved, talking with your friends, sharing your excitement about this business. Networking is absolutely no different than telling friends about a good movie or a new restaurant you've discovered. You don't have to be an expert. You don't know who directed the movie or where they went on location to film it. You don't know who choreographed it or who wrote the musical score. You may not even remember most of the actors in the movie. All you know is that you loved it. It made you laugh or cry or just feel good. So you tell people. No one expects you to know everything about it. Based on your word, they will probably go see the movie the next time they are in the mood, just because you recommended it. Hearing about it friend to friend is the essence of what makes network marketing an effective method of distribution. But what would you think if a close friend called you and said, "Hi, it's me. I've got a lady on the line who introduced me to a new movie last week. We went and saw the movie and liked it so much that we've both called you. I'd like you to speak with her. She's on the line to answer any questions you might have about the movie because she's seen it more times than I have." Get the picture? There is a place for upline support. It comes after they have seen the movie, that is, after they have seen the presentation, when bringing in an authority to help get them involved makes sense. Whether you introduce your prospect through an audiovisual business briefing or an in-home presentation, use your upline to add credibility after the initial exposure. You don't have to be an authority on MLM or your company or your products to make the initial introduction. Nor do you have to deliver a polished speech or have your upline on the phone with you. Our experience has been that a little less refinement goes a long way in this business. As you share your enthusiasm about what you've learned, particularly at the presentation, you want people to walk away thinking, "I can do that too," not, "Wow, what a brilliant presenter she was." Steven Friedberg of Parkland, Florida, learned this lesson by being thrown directly into the fire for his first meeting. Believing that his sponsor was going to do his first meeting for him, Steven invited several of his friends and encouraged them to bring a friend. 5 minutes before the meeting, with 19 people gathered in his living room, Steven found out that his sponsor couldn't make it. At that point, I came close to having a massive heart attack. I was so scared. I was sweating so much that my glasses fell off my face. I was shaking so hard that, for the life of me, I couldn't draw a straight line on the board. The meeting that was supposed to last an hour took only 19 minutes because I had told them everything I knew. To make matters worse, someone I had already sponsored filled the empty minutes by taking over the floor, shouting to everyone, "You can do it," while striding from one end of the room to the other. All I could do was pray that the floor would suddenly open up and swallow me, sparing further embarrassment. It was my worst nightmare, until the next day. 3 people signed up and my business was off and running. Although we do teach sponsors to do the first couple of meetings for their new associates, this story shows what can happen when people are left with no options but to go out and, in the words of the great Nike, just do it. This is a business of teamwork. Don't be misled by the false expectation that somehow your upline is supposed to take you by the hand and do everything for you. But at the same time, the reason we are compensated multi-levels is because, as we plant the seeds with our prospects, our upline mentors are there to water those seeds for us. Then, as your people bring in interested prospects, you are there to help close their people for them. It is not a matter of upline doing it all. It's about all of us doing our parts, making the whole organization function as one healthy body. Remember, you don't need colossal support nearly as much as you need to be a major support for others. When that sinks in, you'll truly begin your march toward wealth. But you will argue, "I'm not making the big money yet." It doesn't matter. Most people only need to hear the same thing reinforced, the old 1-2 punch. If the subject comes up, "How much are you making?" let them know that you are still in the early building stages, but give them the private number of a specific person in your upline who is making big money. Our experience is that only a small number of them will follow through and call. What they really need to hear is that what they've been told is being accomplished by someone beyond their friend, someone to whom they will also have access. But when they do follow through, the big earner needs to be accessible. Clarification of retirement. The definition of retirement is the total withdrawal or separation of oneself, thereby indicating the end of a career. Have you noticed that the topic of retirement comes up at virtually every opportunity meeting conducted by a leader? This is a false expectation, often promised and seldom realized in network distribution. This business is just too much fun and can even be conducted by telephone from an easy chair. Many of us use the word retirement loosely in our first approach with prospects, but what we mean is that after a certain period of time invested in the business, we can ease up dramatically. At a certain point, we no longer have to spend our lives prospecting people to achieve wealth and independence. But we must find an appropriate means of sustaining our support and accessibility to those who count on us. When any network marketing company allows vesting, retirement without any further production requirements, few distributors choose to actually retire completely. A real leader makes plenty of time for his family, most often creating a lifestyle that blends quality free time with quality work time. But that leader usually continues to be accessible by telephone and never allows the rumor to circulate in his downline that he is fully retired. That could be a mistake and should be avoided. But don't allow this retirement issue to disturb you. Here's why. First, there is no other business in existence that has such universal application but also offers the rewards of network marketing. Not everybody can be an athlete or an actress. Not everyone has the funds to purchase their own franchise. But almost anyone can do network distribution on some meaningful scale. And once it's in your blood, it is nearly impossible to do anything else. Twice we've tried to retire, and both times we've convinced ourselves that no other productive endeavor is nearly as fun. According to the eminent psychiatrist William Glasser, all of us have two fundamental needs in life: the need to give and receive love, and the need to feel worthwhile to ourselves and others. The two times we cut back considerably, we quickly discovered that we missed the interactions with friends and acquaintances we've made through our business. We soon discovered that recruiting and training new distributors is more fun, challenging, and rewarding than most other productive endeavors. Whatever we tried, we always ended up coming back to network marketing. Perhaps we're hooked because this industry involves such a variety of experiences. When we write, speak to groups, or work one-on-one with people on the telephone, we are involved in personal growth, marriage counseling, family values, company politics, integrity issues, small businesses, global businesses, and a variety of different cultures from all over the world. The personal goals and entrepreneurial dreams of every single person with whom we interact are of paramount importance to us. Given both of our backgrounds, it is proven impossible to find another profession with such a dramatic impact on so many people. We don't care how often you've heard about network marketing retirement. The truth is, our downline will always strive to duplicate us, and the last thing we want is a downline of retired leaders. Craig Bryson, a major international player in networking, has always warned leaders in this industry about the trickle-down effect. Any company that allows vesting or retirement without any monthly production requirements could eventually destroy itself from the top down. We concur. In fact, many of the top MLM companies offer 1 or 2% of total profits to be shared among its leaders, or, in lieu of that, have created an addendum to their compensation plan that provides its leaders with the incentive to continue being productive. This is not only valuable for the leaders, but also for the downline distributors who tend to duplicate their upline's activity, or lack of it. Remember, whether you are speaking to groups of 5 or 500, don't dangle the retirement carrot in front of prospects without qualifying it. Better yet, focus on MLM's ability to bring about self-determination in their lives. Most people would be very pleased if they could just spend 10 or 20 hours each week at home with their families, hours they currently must spend in the office. Because we love what we do, it is sometimes difficult to know when work stops and play begins. Instead of 12-hour days, we now spend a few hours in productive work, and the rest of the day in activities with our family, playing tennis, snow skiing, paragliding, and reading or writing books. Because of the freedom allotted us in this business, we are able to take time out to write or teach classes like the certification course we teach in America and Asia with Dr. Charles King. But our outside work is not limited to network marketing. Mark is currently writing a love story, and Rene is writing a self-help book based on her own life experiences. Mark is spending time developing a prison program, and Rene is the board chair of a homeless project. In other words, prospects should be told that they may look forward to unlimited freedom in a very few years, the freedom to do what they want, when they want to do it, while continuing to act as role models and support to their downline. Think of network marketing not as a career, but as a vehicle to help you do the things in life that really matter to you. This explanation is much more in line with what actually occurs in the lives of successful networkers. Erroneous view that no product or service need be sold. Network marketing is the orderly word-of-mouth distribution of products and services directly from the producer to the consumer. As products or services are purchased, the distributors responsible for those orders are compensated through multi-levels in their organization. This is the definition of network marketing, and why it is often referred to as multi-level marketing. With this as the very basis of our industry, we find it difficult to understand how anyone can stand before audiences and say, "In our business, you sell 0 products. All you need to do is present the compensation plan and sign people up." Of all the false expectations created, this one is the most inaccurate because it denies the very essence of our business, and makes government regulators suspicious of the industry. We understand why some well-intentioned leaders say this, but it doesn't make it any less hurtful to our industry. Network marketing is often avoided by great prospects who fear that they will have to peddle products, lots of them, perhaps even door to door. Some men and women worry that they will actually become door-to-door cosmetic salespeople. To offset that erroneous notion, many aggressive leaders will suggest that new prospects need not sell anything. The truth is this. Network marketing is about a lot of people using and sharing a little bit of product. For the system to work, each of us must do our part. Our homes should be filled with our products and services. To novices we teach a battle cry. Just get 10. After personally using the products or services, we insist that our new frontline distributors begin by finding 10 customers among their immediate family and close circle of friends. That's all, just 10. Everyone should be responsible for finding 10 legitimate retail customers before building a sizable network organization. It doesn't take months to do this. It can be dealt with in a matter of days. But it must be done before they are ready to begin the more dramatic and lucrative part of the business, recruiting others who will do the same. Simple math makes it easy to understand the importance of each person creating product movement. If you sign up without ordering or sharing the products with others, you have created zero volume. Duplicate your process and sponsor 100 people, who in turn each sponsor 100 people, and you can brag to everyone that you have 10,000 people in your organization. The downside is that if they all duplicated your effort, 10,000 times 0 is still 0. There are two kinds of product movement that are up to each of us: personal use and customer orders. Based on your company's compensation plan, we encourage you to set specific goals and duplicate those throughout your organization. For example, we encourage our distributors to strive for $500 a month of personal sales volume. That includes the personal use of the distributor's immediate family and customer orders from the rest of their family and friends. For those men and women who are completely business-oriented and simply can't envision conducting product demonstrations and clinics, here is what we suggest. Once you have begun using the products and or services yourself and have found your 10 customers, put all of your energy into prospecting for business builders. As you sit down with small groups of prospects to show them the business presentation, you will inevitably have people who don't sign up to become business builders. However, they may be interested in the products or services your company offers. Without having gone out of your way or exerted extra energy, you simply service those people as retail consumers. Others will sign up, interested only in getting the products at wholesale. Instead of joining Sam's Club or Costco and paying an annual membership fee, busy consumers are learning that through our industry, their products and services can be delivered to them directly. Teach your people who are resistant to product sales how easy it is to create customers out of those prospects who come to the recruiting meetings but decide not to participate in the business. This method appeals to executives and other business people who are intimidated by the fear that they will lose their identity as professionals and be looked upon by their peers as product peddlers or door-to-door salespeople. That's the honest way to address this problem, instead of creating the false expectation that no products or services need be purchased in our business. Mistaken belief that success can be achieved exclusively through retail sales. Steve and Jeanette Back from Portland, Oregon, joined the world of network marketing with no prior business experience. Both were scholar athletes. Steve played professional football with the Detroit Lions for 5 years, and Jeanette still teaches peak performance aerobics. As they explain, the attraction for us was big money and free time. We embraced the product line wholeheartedly, but made the fatal mistake in the beginning of not seeking out upline mentors who had previous success in the business. We built a retail base of more than 100 customers and looked at our check after 1 year in the business and said, "There's got to be a better way." There was. Our new focus was on duplication, keeping it simple, and constantly adding new recruits to the pipeline. Once we instilled these principles into our personal business, it was easy to teach others. When you stay busy looking for people who are at the right place and time in their lives, you don't worry about the ones who say no. Today, our life works. We've replaced our NFL income and, more importantly, our time is our own. So many people come into this business hearing about the upside potential and believing that all they have to do is sell some products to get to the big money. Not true. Ours is a business of each of us doing our little part of moving products or services. As with Steve and Jeanette, the money comes once you successfully recruit a large downline and duplicate that process. The average person will not be responsive to hype. People today are much more sophisticated than they were 2 or 3 decades ago. We've all been bombarded with millions of slick Madison Avenue advertising campaigns before we reach adolescence. By the time we reach maturity, we've seen our share of carnival barkers, sales professionals, and pushy, arrogant marketing reps. A 20-year-old today is more jaded and cynical than a 60-year-old in 1940. The very last thing people want is a high-pressure pitch on an MLM opportunity. Most people today can smell a rat the minute it emerges, and can easily see through lies and fabrication. Our business already seems too good to be true. There's absolutely no reason to attempt to make it even better with false statements about exaggerated income, early retirement, or zero sales. We suspect that most professionals avoid our industry because it doesn't make sense that an ordinary person with only a high school degree can become a millionaire in 3 years with virtually no risk and no capital. When a thinking person is exposed for the very first time to network marketing by a competent leader who simply articulates the facts honestly, one of 2 things will occur. Either that prospect will walk away shaking her head in total disbelief, or she'll lose sleep for a week from the excitement of our potential earnings and lifestyle. No one need ever exaggerate nor falsely explain our industry again. The facts are sufficient in and of themselves. Think for just a moment about how preposterous these facts must seem to a prospect who knows very little, if anything, about our industry. Although we all say it in a multitude of diverse ways, here's essentially what we are presenting to people. We are asking them, first of all, to believe that network marketing is much more lucrative than most franchises, yet to begin it costs less than $100 or $200. If the owner of a great franchise like McDonald's earns more than $200,000 a year after having invested $1 million in the franchise, how on earth does an MLM distributor earn $200,000 a month on an investment of a couple $100? It doesn't compute. The franchise owner has to acquire property and build a large structure, but the network distributor works at home. The franchise owner pays out $10,000 a week to employees. The network marketer needs no employees. For the first 6 years, the franchise owner is nothing more than a shift change supervisor for a bunch of pimply-faced teenagers before he breaks even. In half that time, the multi-level marketer is working 25-hour weeks and thoroughly enjoying her life. We could go on and on ad infinitum, because the life of a successful network marketer seems preferable to the life of anyone in traditional business. You get the point. MLM seems too good to be true already. There is simply no need for hyperbole. We urge you to present this business opportunity honestly and professionally. False expectations can literally ruin would-be great distributors. If people are led to believe falsehoods, once they figure out the truth, they quit. We've actually seen people quit while earning over $10,000 a month because someone had filled them with the false notion that they should be earning 3 times that amount. It sounds ridiculous, but it's absolutely true. This is the only business in the world in which former blue-collar workers can earn more each month than some pediatric cardiologists do in a year. So why tell folks they can do that in 4 months? 4 years would satisfy most people. Nothing works better to convince a person to join our industry than the following honest dialogue following your presentation. You know, I think you and your wife would make remarkable partners in this home-based business, and I don't want you to go out of here today with false expectations. So please remember my closing comments. This is the most lucrative and fun profession in the world, but it's also the hardest work you'll ever do. This isn't like a lottery, and it's certainly no get-rich-quick scheme. But if you're willing to put in long hours and long days for just a few years, you could end up earning over $100,000 a month and enjoying all the free time you've ever imagined. I say it's tough because you may have to prospect a lot of people to find just one who's willing to work. But remember, one good frontline distributor can easily earn you $50,000 a month or more. Your prospects will appreciate your honesty, and you'll never be accused of creating false expectations. Yale-educated lawyer Ray Faltinsky, our good friend and co-founder of a major network marketing company, once told us that by far the majority of lawsuits and regulatory hand-slapping that has occurred throughout our industry's history has most often resulted from exaggerated claims about income and products. For our children's sake, let's join together and stop these exaggerations, which could pose a significant threat to our industry's longevity. Besides, if we just tell the truth, it already sounds too good to be true. Summary. Don't be misled by false expectations. Success in network marketing takes hard work and persistence. There is no one to whom we could not present the MLM opportunity as a chance for success, but be cautious to distinguish between the fact that while everyone can, not everyone will. Along with references to the oversized checks, distributors will also want to discuss the amount of effort required in MLM. The more honest we are about the hard work required to succeed, the less attrition we will have, and the more respect we will build for the industry. Whether in a breakaway, a unilevel, a matrix, or a binary plan, the greater the number of personally sponsored distributors, the larger the income. Network marketing is the great equalizer in which former blue-collar workers are allowed to compete financially with doctors and corporate CEOs. With respect to the time it takes to do this business, set realistic goals based on real achievements of upline distributors or average earnings published by your company. Part-time effort will virtually never produce full-time results. There is nothing wrong with telling people the uppermost possibilities in this business, but there is no need to exaggerate because the truth is plenty remarkable in itself. As you bring others into this business, support them without promising that you will do it all for them. Networking is friends telling friends, and it simply won't work unless you are willing to share your enthusiasm with your friends personally. There is no better way to get started in the business than to just do it. Set up your first home meeting and begin. In network marketing, retirement means that we can ease up dramatically, no longer needing to spend our lives prospecting in order to achieve wealth and independence, while still finding an appropriate means of sustaining our support to those who depend on our accessibility. Think of networking not as a career, but as a vehicle to help you do the things in life that really matter. Simply defined, network marketing is the word-of-mouth distribution of products and services for which distributors who are responsible for those orders are compensated throughout multi-levels in their organization. Even the most serious business builders are responsible for creating a small